Isaac. Isaac, it's time to get up.
Long butt. My whole life is going on trying to find the boundaries are and see how far I can push them before I get in trouble. What I'm doing now. We have to do this. We have to do this. Welcome to this long video where we will be talking about one of my favorite game developers of all time, Edmund McMillen. This video is going to go over the entire history of Edmund McMillen, from his beginnings of his works to his more well-known games. Edmund is not your typical game developer, by taking many risks that many game developers wouldn't even talk about. From its unique dark style of games that talk about childhood trauma, death, religion, and so much more. Before we dive in, please be aware that this video contains many topics that people are very sensitive about. This includes childhood abuse, domestic violence, religion extremism, homophobia, suicide, sexual content, graphic imagery, and lots of strong language. Viewer discretion is advised. So please enjoy this long video about the life and creations of Edmund McMillen. Edmund Charles McMillen was born on March 2nd, 1980 in Santa Cruz, California. Now generally I didn't want to go too in-depth with looking into his childhood since it's very personal, and Edmund has stated himself that he was abused and still suffers from PTSD because of it. But how bad was his childhood? Did he scheme against his father and brother for power, or did he betray his entire family for delicate tweets? Actually, looking into his childhood, there's a lot here that's too dark and depressing. And talking about it right at the start of this video would probably not be the best thing to do. The best thing I could talk about is a comic he created about his childhood called Thicker Than Water. You know, the comic with the dead bird, that dead bird, and actually reading it, he talks about some very disturbing things. Keep in mind, this was written about his own childhood, and just reading this comic, you can tell how bad his childhood was. Because this story is quite offensive and disturbing. Let's talk a little bit about his father. Edmund has stated that in his very, very early life, his father was a drug abuser. The good news is he was able to turn around his life and fix that problem with the power of religion. And while that is a very great thing to happen, it did come with a cost. His father became somewhat of an extremist when it came to religion. And when reading the comic, he says some very horrible things. It's easy to assume that this extremist also affected Edmund himself, with his father lashing out on things that Edmund liked as a child. Things like D&D or Magic the Gathering were considered evil and couldn't play them. And if the comics are accurate to his father, he is a huge homophobic, and he straight up says the F slur a few times in the comic. Please keep in mind that this comic was written all the way back in 2004, so you are able to get away with a lot of offensive humor. His mother was a better parent, but this does tackle another problem their family had, their financial problem. Edmund's family was very poor, and having to support Edmund along with his sister, Edmund's mother tries her absolute best to keep her family together. It's easy to figure out that both Edmund's parents split up when he was very young, and from what I've gathered, both of them did remarried. I don't know anything about his stepmother, so I won't talk about her. But on the other hand, if the comic is accurate to Edmund's childhood, Edmund's stepfather was somewhat abusive to him by swearing to his face, ignoring any of his passions, and straight up threatened to take his mother and abandon him. It gets so bad that Edmund prays to God to get rid of his stepfather. Very dark stuff. Edmund's school life was also troubling, as Edmund was diagnosed with dyslexia at an early age. Back then, most people didn't treat dyslexia as a serious learning disability, and schools, especially public schools, treated children with dyslexia as low intelligence students. And because of this, Edmund was forced to take these special classes throughout his school years. Edmund did like to draw a lot, and a lot of his drawings were weird. Edmund was fascinated with monsters, and it got to the point where other kids and teachers were freaked out about these drawings. So much so that apparently one of the teachers called his mother, basically talking about these drawings. Ed's mom defended him, saying that he was an artist, and the teacher responded with something that has stuck with Edmund for years. She said, "This was not art. This is a cry for help." There's a lot of things this comic talks about, such as the dead bird, which Edmund says represents his inner doubts and self-destructive nature. With all the abuse and neglect from his family, there was one person that really supported him, his grandmother. Edmund's grandmother was the only person who believed in him. She always supported his ideas and even saved his childhood drawings. It's hard for Edmund to find his calling as a child because everyone was going against him. Everyone but his grandmother. Without the support of his grandmother, Edmund would be in a much more depressive state as a child. As Edmund entered his teen years, life didn't get much easier. He remained a shy, often isolated kid. His art was still weird and even more detailed, more disturbing, and more unique. He didn't have many friends, he wasn't part of any cliques, but by the time he reached high school, he was developing a clearer sense of who he was. And more importantly, who he wanted to be. While Edmund had a very troubled childhood, Edmund wanted to find something he would enjoy doing. But with him not being popular and his art being too weird, would he ever get any of his work out there? Well, maybe he just needs some inspiration to truly get started. To quote from Edmund himself, "When I was a freshman in high school, we had a guest speaker. His name was Clay Butler, a local cartoonist and animator who was 100% independent. His work blew me away. I had no idea that someone could just do whatever they wanted for a living, art-wise, and actually made enough to live. I adored Clay and wanted nothing more in the world than to do exactly what he was doing, making whatever he wanted to do and making money doing it. From what I saw, Clay was a very inspirational guy. He was more than just a cartoonist, being a photographer, web designer, and a surfer. Edmund had stated that he also mentored and got him contacts for designer jobs. Sadly, Clay got diagnosed with ocular melanoma, a very serious form of eye cancer, so bad that he had to get his left eye surgically removed. His cancer spread into his liver, and sadly, he passed away in June of 2023. Around the age of 15, Edmund would start to create comics and a series that he would call This Is a Cry for Help. The name being what his previous teacher told him what his drawings were. Now, finding these comics are quite hard to find, especially physical copies of them, and actually showing some of these comics could lead me into trouble. The type of stuff I've seen in the comics could easily be found on adult sites. Nah, seriously. One of the running stories in his comics involved a character named Little Chubby, who is a sentient penis, and he sure goes deep into places. He eventually dies in the final edition of the comics by showcasing why it's bad to have sex with a cheese grater. I couldn't make this up even if I wanted to. As a recommendation from his art teacher, and for giving permission to use the printers, Edmund would start to sell these comics to students at his school, and try to take copies to the local comic stores to get money from them. This actually proved to be quite good for him, considering the fact that his first edition of the comic series sold 500 copies. This might not seem like a lot, but for someone who's about to finish high school, this is quite an exciting opportunity for him, by getting closer to being a full, independent artist. However, this opportunity would not last long, as he only really got these comics out to local places, and trying to sell his comics with a lot of adult imagery in them would make it hard to get accepted into those comic stores. So, in 2001, while he was in a college class about web design, he decided to post all of his works on a website called thisisacryforhelp.com. Now this website does not exist anymore, and if you try to go to it, it will just bring you to a purchasable domain site and try to buy the domain. And probably after this video is posted, someone might buy the domain and have it lead to a dangerous site. So just be careful. By using the Wayback Machine, we can see just how the site looked back in the day. Trying to show the site is difficult because the only saved snapshots all had inappropriate ads, but those ads did actually make some money, but not for long, as the rollout for ads became very minuscule, which resorted to Edmund trying to find work for actual money. But one important thing I didn't mention about the This Is a Cry for Help series, and it's generally one of Edmund's biggest early creations. A running gag for every single edition of the This Is a Cry for Help comics features segments titled Things to Do with Dead Babies. This became the main thing the comic was known for, and was his favorite and most popular section in the comics. So he decided to use the Flash engine and put these gags on his website as small animations. Flash at the time was an easy software that specializes on web browsers. At the time, it was mainly used to show animations or create games because the cool thing about Flash was that it was fully interactable with the user and can work with inputs from multiple sources. Another thing was that Adobe Flash was free to use, which caused so much internet creativity in the early 2000s. After a while, companies started developing their own media players specifically for mobile devices. And with less people using Flash, Adobe had to pull the plug and completely shut it down in 2021. However, as of today, a complete Flash emulator known as Ruffle now allows users to play these old Flash games today, and many old sites that have a lot of Flash content has this program ran in, so no downloading is required. Since Edmund's jokes about dead babies were his favorite, his first Flash animations for his sites feature situations relating to this character. The most famous one being these dress-up games. Give the babies anything from saggy tits to big dicks, anything to make the babies look more dead inside than out. These dead baby dress-up games that Edmund made became the most popular series for a while. And all these games got a grand total of over 10 million views. And Edmund would still create these games for around 2 years. Around the time of making these Flash titles, Edmund got a job working as an animal control officer where he had to go out the streets and pick up old rotting roadkill. And around this time, Edmund teamed up with a friend to start work on their official game. At the time, it was called P-Shy, that friend being Tom Fulp, the creator of Newgrounds. For those who were not around at the time, I consider Newgrounds to be one of the most important websites to ever release, especially for the creativity of individuals. To give a brief history of Newgrounds, the website was founded in 1995 by Tom Fulp, who created the site for personal reasons, until he evolved it into a hub for user-generated content. Keep in mind, this was way before YouTube or any other big social media platform. The website exploded into popularity in the early 2000s, where it essentially became a breeding grounds for creativity. The site hosted many kinds of content, primarily animation and games, and one of those people at the time was Edmund himself. Now, I said earlier that Edmund hosted his Flash games on his own website, but everything that was on his website, he also posted on Newgrounds. And all of it is still up on his Newgrounds page to this day. But while in those games, there will always be a URL that will take you to his website. However, the production of the Flash game was cancelled when Tom started production on his own game called Alien Hominid, which left Edmund with nothing. Also, around the time, Edmund would have gotten fired for his job, leaving him with no payroll. So he and his girlfriend at the time, named Danielle, had to live in a very small house and try to find something to get money. He did get in contact with a guy named Claude Bradford, and he asked Edmund to work with him in creating the game. And in 2003, Edmund posted his very first real game called Curious Wetland is an arcade-style game featuring this creature known as a wetland. You try to see how high of a score you can get by shooting these creatures called ducklings that are falling from the sky. You can also encounter these other creatures known as Sirius P-Shy, who are just there to rip you apart. So being the first game Edmund created, this is alright. It's a simple arcade title, from what I've heard, did well on Newgrounds. Edmund started to try and find a job to support his creation. He offered to draw logos for anyone at the time for free just to see what he can get. But it wasn't until he found out that a local gang company that was a few blocks from his house were looking for an artist. In late 2000, a person by the name of Alex Austin decided to create a game that specializes in physics. This game has the player-built bridges that vehicles have to cross over. This small little demo was hosted on a website and it gained some popularity. As Alex has stated, the game has actually crashed the server that was hosting the game due to the amount of downloads. The game did not earn too much money. However, Alex did love working on this game, so he decided to make a better version of the game. This game will be called Pontifex. In 2001, Alex and a friend named Ben Nicholas founded the company Chronic Logic in 2002, and they moved into an office in Santa Cruz, California. Around the start of 2003, Chronic Logic was developing their next game called Triptych, a physics puzzle game similar to Tetris, where players need to match colors to remove blocks. During the development of this title, Chronic Logic was searching for an artist for this new game of theirs. Since Edmund lived in the Santa Cruz area, he joined the company and did the basic art for their early game.
And I think that's around, I guess, probably in 2003 when Edmund contacted us. And yeah, sent an email like, hey, I'm in Santa Cruz also and working on games. And yeah, his art was, it was interesting, very Edmund style, you know, like, I think it was like dead baby stuff. Like it was, I mean, it was like kind of cartoony, but.
So you get an email from somebody who like draws cartoons of dead babies.
Yeah,
so
and
make
it's
a
like,
game.
Oh, what kind of person is this gonna be? But then we met him and yeah, he's a relatively normal guy.
This was around the same time Edmund and Tom were working on P-Shy, but once that game got cancelled, Edmund started to pitch an idea to higher-ups of Chronic Logic. And one of the ideas was to take the physics from their previous games and make it into this new game. So, if you have seen my last video, I like to use this whiteboard to showcase any of my thoughts or math behind the process of the games, so that you could have a better understanding of what's going on. Now, I won't do this for all of Ed's games. I mean, I didn't for Dead Baby and Wetland because those are just simple flash games that are easy to understand. But for the bigger project, I will go generally into more depth. And the first game I want to talk about is Gish, created by Edmund and Alex. Now, who and what is Gish? It's that guy. It's a circle with a face. Well, don't get too crazy. It might be a square with a face next time. Gish is a story about this ball of tar named Gish trying to rescue his girlfriend named Bree after she's been kidnapped. Gish must travel through the center of the earth in order to save his girlfriend. Simple story with the damsel in distress plotline, seen it thousands of times, but the main thing is the gameplay, not the story. Now, the main concept of the game is the physics. So, how does this game play? Well, you control the character, Gish, and you adventure till you reach the end of the level. Now the way the character controls is a little confusing, but once you get the idea, it becomes a lot simpler. The first point I want to talk about is jumping. since it's probably the most tricky part of the game. How it works is that once you jump, you don't really get too much of a height. But how you actually get a higher jump is that you connect other jumps to it. You see here that Gish expands in the ground once he actually lands. And when you actually jump, you actually get a bigger force to actually push you up in the air. And of course, doing it again will actually give you a higher jump. So the main process is linking more jumps to get higher advantage. Now the next point is the movement. How should the character move? So Gish has a special property where he can become sticky and climb up walls, ceilings, pick up objects. But the question is, how should the character actually move? And the simple answer could be just when you're pressing right, make them rotate clockwise, and if you're pressing left, make them rotate counterclockwise. May be simpler and easy to program, but it's actually not the right thing to do. Because one thing is, if you're on the ceiling and you're going clockwise, it's technically going in the opposite direction than when you're pressing. And another thing is the air movement, since you won't really get much air direction while rotating. Make it a little, but it's not much. In a game all about platforming with physics, it's not a good idea. So how it works is, if you press right, you go right, press left, you go left, any direction while you're hanging from the wall, ceiling, or anything in between. Probably easier said, but a little bit more complicated when it comes to programming. Now Edmund's level design is simple, and he uses this for most of his games, but what he does is draw a simple level chunk, and in each one of those chunks add a simple level mechanic, whether it be a puzzle or a platforming challenge, until you actually reach the end. So that's pretty much all I have to say about Gish. Not too much, but still a little bit complex for a lot of people. And remember, this game came out in 2004, and no one, especially in the indie scene, was actually doing any form of game like this. So you can understand its impact it has. The IGF, or Independent Game Festival, is a yearly festival at the Game Developers Conference in San Francisco, California. Founded in 1998, this festival was here to promote independent video game developers and distribute awards for the best game in multiple categories, including the grand prize of being the best indie game of the year. Back then, this was a small gathering of really passionate developers who wanted to get their creations heard. Last few years, Chronic Logic entered their games into the competition, while this was Edmund's first time ever hearing about this. In 2004, they brought in one of the earliest prototypes for Gish. It was mostly a player versus player experience. It was a very early build of the game, so it didn't win anything. But next year, in 2005, after the game was released, they entered Gish into the Independent Game Festival, where they will put up head-to-head against Tom Fulp's Alien Hominid, the same game that Tom left Edmund to develop. And in the end,
the Seamus McNally Grand Prize in the Open category goes to Chronic Logic for Gish.
Thank you, everybody.
now this was a major moment for Edmund. He just won the award for the biggest indie gathering. However, one major thing also happened.
Okay, I'd like to take the opportunity to propose to my girlfriend, Danielle. Okay, I have to do it. Come on, guys, I have to actually say it. Danielle, will you marry me?
So this is it. Edmund just won the biggest prize an indie developer can get, and now he's soon to be married to his wife. These should be the best years of his life, right? Now, you might be thinking, why is the next part about the lowest points of Edmund's life? Shouldn't these be some of the greatest points? Was him winning a competition that many early game indie devs would have killed for? What about him proposing? And apparently he had a very short engagement, only lasting for 2 months. While all of these are high points in Edmund's life, they would not last. First off, Edmund didn't really have a job. He only worked at Chronic Logic, which wasn't doing well even for a success like Gish, which only sold around 4,000 copies. And with a website looking like this, would you really think people will put their credit card information just to get the game? And this was back in 2004. People were scared of putting their full name online. So after this drawback, Edmund faced a hard journey with very little money, hoping that maybe someone out there would give him a console deal in creating Flash games. The first game Edmund created during the development of Gish is a game titled Clubby the Seal, made by Edmund and programmed by Claude Bradford again, and music by a guy named Pete Capelin. I don't know who this person is, and I didn't find anything else about him. The gameplay of Clubby the Seal is a simple beat-em-up type progression game, where you try to traverse the level. At the end, you encounter a boss, club it to death, and enter a shop, and oh hey Gish, didn't think you'll get referenced this soon. Anyways, play the game until you encounter the final boss and kill it. But there might be something else about this game. Tom Fulp, who you remember as the creator of Newgrounds, was one of the first to create an online media with Flash. His first full Flash game title that Tom created was a small title called Club a Seal in 1997. A game where you create this cute little seal, then you beat it to death with a stick. Now, as shown, Edmund was a little bit of a controversial creator, with his media being gross, inappropriate, and offensive. However, Edmund decided to do a little role reversal and have the seal club the people who are clubbing seals. The kind of joke to laugh with Tom about the controversialness of his first Flash media. This really could be a coincidence, but honestly, I actually do believe that this is why the game was made. But apparently, the reason that Edmund said was that a lot of the designs that were in Gish were cut, and Edmund said they were too good to go to waste, thus he used it in this game. Now I am reading what Edmund had to say, and he said that the final boss was pea-shy, and fully stated that he has an awesome final death animation. But I really couldn't find any footage of this, and since I'm not good at this game, I had to find out what this final death animation is. Well, I guess I have to use Cheat Engine. Also, for someone who doesn't want to get spoiled on this 20-year-old Flash game, then just close your eyes until I start talking again. So according to Edmund, Clubby was one of the most played games he had made on Newgrounds, with about 5 million plays total. This was said in an interview around 2008, so the number could be much higher. He also mentioned that this was his second most played game he made, which should tell you how dated this interview was. Club of the Seal is a quite fun game, and on first look, you probably think that this is a game about animal cruelty, and something that PETA would have made. First off, no, it's not. And secondly, this game is actually fun. Sales of gifts were sold as digital copies in retail stores across the country, and even some deals with shipping out of the country, and only selling around 50 copies a day, which was the only real thing that was supplying Edmund with money. Both Edmund and Chronic Logic itself were in a very poor state, and Edmund stating that he was only surviving off ramen noodles for months. However, things at Chronic Logic were different. Since Gish was a major project, only Edmund and Alex were involved in the project. Another founder of Chronic Logic, Joshua, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, Kyoto, Joshua. Anyways, Joshua and Alex were having a lot of disputes about Chronic Logic. Now this is the first time I talked about this guy Joshua, but I did mention someone named Ben, who was one of the founders of Chronic Logic. To quickly talk about him, he got a different job in 2002 and left the company before Gish was being worked on. Anyways, back to Alex and Joshua. I never mentioned Joshua in the Gish segment of the video because he was not very involved with the development of Gish and joined shortly after the company was formed. He got very angry at Edmund, and Alex started defending Edmund, and he started to get angry at Joshua to the point where Alex left the company in 2005 with Edmund following him, and Alex formed a company called Cryptic Sea. The second game to talk about in this section is a game called Viviparous Dumpling, released in 2005, created by Edmund, programmed by Clodder, and music by something called Game Audio Magic and a Stratosphere. This is the same soundtrack in Gish, and I don't know much about the music, but that's what the credits say. And also, this music might be copyrighted, so I can't play any of it in the background. In this game, you play as this little egg, trying to collect these sperm to get the egg to grow stronger and stronger, and to avoid these bad things to not die. To try and guess what this story is about, you play as a field growing phase of these enemies called dumplings, which we saw in the wetland game. This concept was common for a flash game. Avoid the bad things while grabbing the good things with your cursor. Not much for me to add. Except that this game has some sort of story tied to the whole series of games that we talked about. Some of the early stages of Edmund's flash games were connected in a trilogy known as the Badlands, consisting of 3 games, one of which we already discussed, Curious Wetland, and the second one we mentioned but didn't get too far in, Serious Pea-Shy. The last game in this one is Viviparous Dumpling, which is technically listed as the first game in the Badlands trilogy. As for what is the main point of the story, we'll discuss that later. So, Chronic Logic was fighting with each other to who owned Gish. And after a legal battle taking around 2 years, Edmund and Alex attained the full legal rights to Gish. But what was happening with Edmund's website? Was he still working on it? No. In fact, he completely announced that he was done working on the website in 2003 and only made it a website archiving his old work. The only things he would add to his site were blog posts about his current life. Now, this next part of the website is tragic, so I won't be as humorous in this part of the video. One part that I didn't mention during the website is that Edmund would make these quizzes, those being the serial killer quiz, the suicide quiz, the dead quiz. Yeah, so these quizzes are not for the faint of heart, and could pose a problem for those who didn't take the joke that this was just satirical. In 2006, Edmund got a call from a lawyer of a grieving mother whose daughter had committed suicide. The last thing she viewed was the suicide quiz. So, Edmund tried to avoid any future lawsuit by putting a warning on each quiz. So that's it then. Well, 2 months later, he got another call from a different lawyer, representing a man who killed his wife and decapitated her. The last website he visited being Ed's on the serial killer quiz. The lawyer then asked him to come up to Seattle to defend the killer. Just want to mention that Edmund has severe agoraphobia and doesn't travel at all. And quite honestly, I don't think he has ever left California. If he has, then that's completely surprising to me. So Edmund told the lawyer no thanks for testifying. It's still not over, because the next day, the lawyer called him again, basically forcing him to come up and threaten to subpoena him. Edmund ended this call by saying fuck off and deleted everything off the website, thus putting an end to thisisacryforhelp.com. So I guess let's talk about the next game then. Curious Wetland 2, the sequel to Curious Wetland, released in 2005, created by Edmund, programmed and music by Connor Bradford. This game is essentially the same. The only difference is more game modes, faster gameplay, new hazards, not too much to add. But still, this game is a part of the Badlands trilogy, and I'll try my best to talk some more about that trilogy. The Badlands was a series Edmund came up with. It started with Viviparous Dumpling, then going into this game, then ending with Serious Pea-Shy. The story goes that Dumpling was born in Viviparous, and so the wetland killed the other dumplings. And this game, the final story is the wetland killing the mother dumpling, and presumably the dumpling gets help from the Pea-Shy to kill the wetland, which could be assumed is what happens in the next game. The Badlands was also a comic series created by Edmund. This comic only lasted 8 pages, until Edmund ended the comic series. To try to explain the story, the comic follows a character named the Boonie, which looks like this. He witnessed the birth of a dumpling and basically mocks it. He goes up to the dumpling and starts monologuing about death. He then starts to describe what a Boonie is, saying an evil creature who waits for creatures to fall asleep to remove their soul. Although they can't remove a soul if you, quote, have a true spirit and love in your heart. The Boonie starts following the dumpling, stopping at a camp of serious Pishai who are celebrating the tradition by mocking and desecrating corpses. The last page of the comic shows the Pishai putting corpses in the pile while climaxing two characters. And that's it. So that's the short story of the Badland comics, as it stopped getting produced because Edmund said it took ages to draw to my liking, so he canceled the whole comic. To explain the other creatures in the Badlands, specifically the Wetlands. The Wetlands are similar to dumplings in that they are both skinlings, which are known for having unusual body structures. I don't know what that means, but that's what the wiki says. These creatures are filled with parasites, and they only spend their lives just scavenging for food. They form a defense by lobbing acidic blood to attack their predators. They are said to be pacifists by fucking killing every dumpling that falls from the sky, and are notorious prey of the serious Pishai who just kill them for fun. So about all the Badlands to talk about, there are more games in the series, but we'll talk about those when we get there. In late 2006, Edmund and Alex formed Cryptic Sea and started to work on the next game. This company does still exist today, but it only seems to be run by Alex, so I'm not going to talk about those games. While it seems like Flash games are starting to become more popular, the relationship between Edmund and Clotter were dwindling. They were not getting along and were starting to split apart. While Edmund was getting response from his fans, there was one person who really caught his interest. A very young Austrian programmer named Florian Hemsel. Florian was a big fan of Gish and wanted to showcase one of his prototypes. Most of them were alright, but there was one game in particular that really interested Edmund. A game about a spider. The prototype for the spider game had so much potential and became the first project that Edmund and Florian worked on together. The prototype follows the spider creature while the player controls one of the spider's 3 legs that can be interacted with. The spider can use its leg to stick to walls, ceilings, and can grab objects like rocks. This was the first game that Edmund decided to switch the tone for the game and decided to go for a more story and moody game. In 2006, Triacted was released, created by Edmund, programmed by Florian, music by Tin Hat Trio. This game features a story element that evokes emotion to care for the creatures in the story. Because this game has a big emphasis on story, I will try and fully tell the story in the only way it should be told. The story begins with 2 triagnids, delicate, spider-like creatures, searching desperately for a safe place to protect their future. An egg sac full of potential life. But as they seek refuge, peace is shattered. Without warning, a monstrous creature, the core plug, emerges from the shadows of the rock, It strikes swiftly, snatching one of the spiders in its jaw. The remaining triachnid can only watch, powerless, as its companion is ripped away, leaving it alone, terrified, and clutching its egg sac. The creature vanishes, leaving the survivor to tend to the now unprotected eggs. As the lone triachnid, you take on this heavy burden, driven by a need to safeguard the fragile lives you carry. You journey through the dark, twisted caves, comforted by the creatures known as glooms, hostile beings that only see prey when they look at your precious cargo. Every move is tense. Every step is a fight for survival as you shield the vulnerable larvae and push forward, refusing to let them fall victim to this unforgiving world. Your journey takes you through murky waters and over perilous ledges, inching closer and closer to the beast that tore your world apart. When you finally confront the core plug, it feels insurmountable, a looming figure of terror and destruction. It grabs you, dragging you into its maw. And yet, even in the face of death, you do not give up. You fight back from within the belly of the beast, navigating the darkness of its stomach, searching for the one weak point that could bring this nightmare to an end. Finally, you find the heart, the pulsing lifeblood of your enemy, which each pull, each desperate struggle, you rip the heart from its veins, ending the creature's reign of terror. It's over. The beast that once seemed unstoppable is defeated, and in its death, you find the strength to protect what matters most. With your egg sac safe and your journey complete, you emerge from the darkness, a testament to resilience and the unbreakable will to survive. Triachnid was a very well received Flash game and is still a highly regarded game by Edmund. And this game ended up being the big motivator to the new direction Edmund would take, and sparked a bigger interest in a different direction of games. Wait a minute. Was I calling that guy Joshua? His name is Josiah. In the world of indie games, back then it was very difficult to get any independent game on home console. The only way to get the opportunity to release a game is by knowing people who license the games. Back then, the big three console developers, Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft, all worked in a similar way, only allowing the games they license. This is no problem for big third-party developers, who have numerous contacts with each of the big three. But does that mean that all indie developers have no chance in selling their games on consoles? Our next game to talk about is Serious P-Shy, released in 2007, created by Edmund, and programmed and music by Clauder Bradford. If you remember, this is the very first game that Edmund started, and after Tom Fulp had to cancel the project to work on his bigger projects, Edmund didn't give up on Serious P-Shy. The game follows the Serious P-Shy in a platformer where you run through the whole level until you reach the end of the level. The game has no checkpoints and is instead based on level progression. There are 7 levels in the game and have different obstacles and enemies on each. The last level features a boss fight with a giant wetland. Kill it to win the game. Also, since this game is quite hard, there's a special cheat to enable all the levels. All you have to do is go on the level select screen and just start spamming the home key. And after a few seconds, you'll have unlocked every stage. This isn't a troll, it's actually in the game. This was a game that Clauder wanted to have more control with. Seeing as Clauder had programmed all the previous games in the Badlands, this game had multiple changes with things like the art style and the years spent on this game. Edmund and Clauder were arguing with each other, and after a while of bickering, they just decided to release it. And the response was mediocre. The game had big lag issues, and has a lot of bugs due to the sloppiness of the code. And thus, we conclude the whole Badlands trilogy. No more comics or games were being worked on. That was until Edmund and Clauder released one last game titled Host, an online battle game that cannot be played anymore, since the server shut down a long time ago, and thus I don't have much to say about it. From what I saw, it was a very basic 4-player fighting game. There was even a live chat to trash talk your opponents while playing. So, unfortunately, Host is lost to the void of dead servers. It was a short-lived experiment that now lives on in the memories of those who played it. The issues with both Edmund and Clauder were still apparent, and after the release of Host, they would part separate ways, never working on a game again. Quite sad to see that the very first person Edmund had released a game with is no longer going to make any other appearances in this video. I tried to find anything else about him, and the only thing I could find was that he was a musician and has a SoundCloud with the music he created. All of them were around 10 years old, so I don't have much to add in the current years. I wish I could say more about him, but I couldn't find anything else. When Edmund and Alex formed Cryptic Sea, they started working on their next game to help boost their company. This game was titled Blast Miner, a puzzle-based game where you had to get the gold block to the end of the stage by strategically placing TNT blocks around to try and get the block of gold to launch in the right direction. Now, this is the only game that I couldn't find any gameplay footage of, so I had to rely on trailers for the game to show you what the game looked like. From what Edmund had stated, the main focus of the game was an arcade puzzle mode that confused and frustrated the hell out of 90% of the players who played it. The few reviews we got were horrible, but they did praise the secondary puzzle mode. After a month of its release, they removed the arcade mode and rebuilt the puzzle mode with a lot more levels and a level editor. They entered this game into the IGF, but they didn't win anything for it. However, something really great happened. Edmund got in contact with someone who works with consoles. Their first thing was to develop a version for Gish for the PSP. This never happened because Edmund and Alex started development for Gish 2. They started to outline what Gish 2 would look like and started development into the next year. "2008 is what I considered to be one of the best years for Edmund, as it is the year with the most amount of games. This also opened a better year for Flash games in general, with a lot more sponsors looking into Flash games, which gave Edmund more drive and money to create Flash games. Around the time in 2008, Edmund's stepdad would succumb to his cancer and pass away. The experience of how his mother felt pushed Edmund into making this next game. Coil, released in 2008, created by Edmund, programmed by Florian, and music by John Eric Kaada, remixed by Justin Carpel. Coil is a very experimental game, and Edmund labeled this as an art game. This game does very little in terms of controls, as you only use the mouse to play the game. This game has a poem-based structure and tells a story between each level. When she awoke from the coil, time didn't wait for her. It just watched her whimper as it crushed her ego, cracking her just enough to reach inside. He whispered, as she was divided, "This will make you remember that I'm a part of you. Each cell is marked by my name. You can't ever leave me. I'm all that you have." When he released her, she could feel his wet hair run through her fingers as she descended into the darkness. His face, distorted by their distance, faded into the night. She was alone, yet she could still feel him inside her. The dealing was comforting and familiar, but his presence scared her. She knew he was still there, watching her just out of the light, waiting. She would feel herself reaching out to others, taking small pieces of them with her as mementos. These are the things she felt were important. The things that made these people significant. Every aspect of her was composed of others. Her arms grew stronger with every embrace, and lips grew fuller with every kiss. She would lead them to him, watching as his hand reached out to pull them away. Their essence consumed, and nothing remained. She would fantasize what it is like to feel his hands on her body, penetrating her and draining her into nothing. But time did pass. They fell into one another at first glance, their fingers intertwined as they walked. This wasn't what she was used to, but from here on, things wouldn't be the same. And even though the longing lingered, for once in her life, she forgot about him. After the dust settled and everyone had moved on, once again, she was alone, and she only had herself to blame. If she had of just embraced her feelings when they called to her, maybe she wouldn't have taken in so many things she later grew to hate. And maybe it was time to change. So she closed her eyes, pushing out every aspect of everyone she'd taken him back into a world she never asked to be a part of. She could feel him in the room with her. Her eyes darted around, searching for movement in the darkness, frantic and confused. Her breathing became fast and shallow as her eyes welled up with tears. He was here, and there was nothing she could do to stop him. She was scared of all the things she would be leaving, scared of how she would be treated, scared of what she had done. As the room grew dim, she could feel his hand reach out for her, touching her in a way that was comforting and familiar. She was leaving. As he picked her up, he pressed his cheek to hers. From here, there is nothing, just as it was before. He pressed his cheek on hers. He pressed his cheek. Trying to explain this story is quite difficult, as the text is deeply metaphorical and touches on a range of psychological themes. The biggest themes seem to revolve around trauma, identity, and the struggle to let go of the past. The gameplay itself, intertwined within the poem, reflects a cycle of life, from the simple birth, growth, and development of an alien creature, to its search for a partner, laying eggs, and ultimately dying. And just as a story seems to end, it loops back to the beginning, repeating the cycle all over again. Each poem in Coil introduces this mysterious present called him. But who is he? An abusive partner? A darker part of oneself? A representation of death or life's inevitabilities? It's never quite clear. And perhaps that's the point. Coil refused to give you an easy answer. The story shifts like a memory, distorted by time, and as players, we are left to piece together fragments of meaning. There's an ongoing conflict here. The desire to move forward while being haunted by what's behind. The struggle to find comfort while grappling with fear and loss. And in that struggle, Coil invites players to reflect on the cycle of their own lives, to question what or who they're holding on to, and what it might mean to let go. And so, the game leaves us right where it started, questioning, interpreting, and searching for meaning in the darkness. During this time, Edmund entered most of his games to the IGF, with Blast Miner and Triachnid making it into the finals of the IGF. Around this time, Florian scheduled a trip to the US and visit, as well as go to the IGF with Edmund. During this time, Edmund and Florian made another very small game to submit to a website known as the Independent Game Source, or TIG Source for short. The website centered around the creation of independent video games. It was founded by Jordan Magnusson, but it was quickly taken over by Derek Yu. This site was a big key player in changing the perspective of independent video games. One of the games featured was Derek Yu's personal game, Spelunky. Edmund and Florian designed a game for TIG Source's Random Name Generator contest.
Can you spare some change? Can you hold my beer? I want to show you something.
The game is called Twin Hobo Rocket, a short game by Edmund and Florian, music by Kaada, and lots of audio by someone named The Swan.
Can you hold my beer? I want to show you something. Ouch, that hurt. We're not doing too well. I hope at least we can afford the rocket fuel. Dude, the rockets are imaginary. We're lying on the street, really. Stop doing that. Please be kind. I don't think we're gonna get any money today. I bought beer instead. It had more energy than a sandwich. You gotta economize. 1, 2, 3. Forget the counting. This looks like $1 almost. We're rich.
The game has you strapped to a rocket, flying up collecting money, and that's all within the game. Very short game to talk about, and it is one of Edmund's games that no one seems to talk about. So I thought it was cool to mention it. Lots of projects were being worked on in 2008. Gears 2 was starting development, and Edmund started working on an idea for Triachnid 2. And Edmund and Florian started development on a prototype called Guppy. Not a whole lot to say on this prototype because it was never finished, and only a simple prototype was ever made. The idea was that this creature walked around with the arrow keys and punched enemies with a mouse. Not much to say about this. The only thing I could add was that the name Guppy is the name of Edmund and Danielle's first cat, a black and white cat that they sometimes called the Tuxedo Cat. But there was something else that Edmund was working on, and it was art for a completely different indie developer, John Blow, and his game, Braid. Working on the art for Braid really inspired Edmund, and in the middle of 2008, he designed a bunch of Flash games. So, this next game is very hard to talk about. Not because it was hard to find information of, but because I really can't show you this game, as it is the only game on Edmund's Newground page that you had to sign up for in order to play it. Now I could be like other YouTubers and complain about being demonetized, but no, because I don't meet the requirements to be monetized in the first place. So, please subscribe. So the game's title is a little bit offensive. So after saying this name once, I'll refer to it as a better name, so it'll be less offensive. The game's called Cunt. So I can't show any of the footage, so I'll just describe it. You play as a part of male human anatomy shooting at a part of female human anatomy. I think that's all I have to say about it. Oh yeah, this game was created by Edmund, programmed by Florian, and music by Kaada. Alright, that's it. Next game. To follow up on the next game, I want to talk about another one of Edmund's family members, his niece. Edmund was very close to his niece because of how similar she was to him growing up. They both didn't have many friends at school, both shared interest in drawing, and both had a fascination with monsters. And because of this, Edmund would create his next game, which is one of his most important games. Created by Edmund, programmed by a new person we haven't talked about, Tyler Glade. He was a successful Flash developer on Newgrounds and collaborated with Edmund to work on his game. And music by Danny Baranowski. For Aether, Edmund had a few goals when designing. 1. Make a game with no rules to try and recapture that magical feeling that old games had. 2. Make a game based on his childhood and make it very personal and honest. 3. Make the setting that feels like a dream, with music, design, and colors to put the player into an open mindset while playing. And make it more of an experience than a game, like a painting or a song. A story is told of a boy who was lonesome, who strayed a bit far from his home. As the daylight grew dimmer, he saw a faint glimmer, lost in the wake of the sea form. For the boy had a feeling that the monster was kneeling to offer his hand to a friend. The boy darted away, but then turned to stay, afraid of the message he sent. He lowered his head, and the boy bustled up, looking proud atop his new steed. For the boy had a venture, he was bound for adventure, and this monster had planted the seed. Looking up to the stars, he thought to himself, imagine all of the people up there. Could they all be as lonely? Or am I one and only? Will the people on Earth really care? So our story unfolds. A boy and his pet leaving his home without care of regret. Truly a tale that none will forget. We begin on Earth, a world that feels empty and cold. The boy, alone and searching for something, finds comfort in the monster he befriends. Together, they travel into the vastness of space, swinging from clouds and stars, seeking for something more, something that might fill the void of loneliness. Their first stop is the barren planet Bipulon. There's nothing here, just desolation and moons that float lifelessly around the planet. But the boy can pull them in, stand on them to pull them to the planet's surface, bringing light and life to what was once cold and distance. Next, they visit Debasa, a planet choked by a toxic green fog. The boy is weighed down by the fog's gravity, unable to move freely. But as they rise above the haze and destroying the flying saucer polluting the sky, the fog lifts, revealing a vibrant world beneath. On Gravita, a planet teeming with small, curious creatures, the boy explores deep into his caverns. There, he finds glowing crystals that, when touched, light up the dark world around him. The journey continued to Molasses, where the boy confronts grotesque fish-like creatures in the murky waters. By removing these creatures, he brightens the planet's waters, cleaning away the darkness that clouded its depths. But when the boy returns to Earth, something has changed. The once familiar planet has shrunk to the size of a tiny orb. He collides with it, and Earth disappears, leaving the boy and his monster stranded on a small moon, alone once again, floating in the vast, indifferent cosmos. As the boy delved in deeper, his imagination went wild, and the grasp of reality was left from this child. The impact he caused broke his tie to the earth, but his fears and his worries had caused a rebirth. Being lost in his dream, his imagination expanded, and with the aid of the beast he commanded, the boy would live on in the memories of past, and the boy would find hope in the future he cast. The story, Aether, is about the longing for connection and the boundless power of imagination. Through the boy's journey to distant planets and his attempt to restore them, Aether explored themes of loneliness, childhood wonder, and the desire to fix what feels broken. But the ending leaves us with a bittersweet realization. The boy had journeyed far only to return to a world that no longer exists. The emptiness he sought to escape still lingered, and he is left alone with only his imagination to guide him forward. The monster, a symbol of comfort and companionship, was both his savior and his tether to something larger than himself. Together, they ventured into the unknown, leaving us with questions that linger, much like the boy's journey itself. Was the adventure about finding others, or was it about understanding himself? And so, the boy's adventure, much like life, drifts on with no clear destination, but full of endless possibilities. Taking a break from the development of Gish 2, Edmund and Alex were working on a small game claiming to be a game in a week. And this game became one of Edmund's best works. Blood Clock 2000, made by Edmund, programmed by Alex, and music by Kyle Gabler, who, fun fact, is the creator of What They Do, brings us the biggest project in Blood Clock 2000. This game fulfills your biggest dreams in vehicular manslaughter. I know everyone always wanted to dream of running people over, but because this is illegal, and the government decided to take all our fun away, this game relives our biggest dreams. The game is so good that even to this day, Edmund still references this in his inferior games, and always tries to find a way to try and match the awesomeness of this game. No other games match the best of this game, and for what it's worth, Edmund peaked with this game. But he did make more unimportant games, but it still stands that till this day, and even Edmund said himself, that this is his best game ever. To be fully honest, I should just end the video here. But since Edmund has a life, I have to talk about him more, which I find it to be a lot harder, because I'm talking about his much worse titles. So, let us continue. Is one of the biggest rises of indie games, with the amount of new indie creators actually getting deals with many consoles. Edmund and Alex started to work heavily on Gish 2, but so many problems arise. One problem was the amount of programming needed, so Alex hired a new helper, Tommy Refniz, to help program with him. But that wasn't going anywhere, mostly because Alex felt like he shouldn't be working on it, and slowly they started to drift off, eventually canceling Gish 2.
And I wasn't sure what was going on with that, and Alex was having a difficult time overall, and I think he would kind of hit a wall. And I decided we'll just, instead of doing a sequel, we'll just remake Gish for console, but it still wasn't really going anywhere, and he said he really could use another programmer to help. So I was in contact with this guy named Tommy Refniz. He came out to help us, but it's after like a month there, we knew it wasn't happening, and we finally were like, I don't think this is gonna work. Like, we can't, I can't risk losing these deals. Like, I need to do something with this, because if I let go of this, then it all falls, and it's very clear that the Gish stuff isn't gonna happen. And we kind of parted ways.
But what happened with Edmund? Well, Edmund decided to release most of his work on a disc. This disc being known as This Is a Cry for Help. No, this is not the same as the comics or the website. It's completely different. And this CD is extremely hard to find any copies of. I tried my hardest to find anything on it. The only thing I could find was this trailer that I cannot play the music because of fucking Tool. All seems lost until I stumbled on an archive with basically everything that was on the disc. I am so grateful for finding this archive, because without it, I would have missed so much stuff, especially with his older titles I know nothing about. But, like I said, finding an actual copy of this disc is very rare, and to be honest, I doubt it will even work on most modern PCs. But what does this all mean? He still had his relationship with Xbox, and most indie games at the time were blowing up. Jonathan's Braid was releasing this year, and that was doing very well. Tom Volpe also released the game Casual Crashers, and that was also doing very well. So with Gish out the window, there was no way Edmund would want to lose this opportunity in working with Xbox. So he told him, I can't do Gish anymore. Can I do something else? And there was this one person on Xbox who said, I don't care what you make. I just want to work with you. So, if Gish was out of the question, what else can I do? Well, there was this one Flash game I didn't talk about that was doing very well on Newgrounds. Do you think? Similar to how Florian worked with Edmund on Triagnid, a new programmer by the name of Jonathan McKenty came to Edmund with his prototype for a game he called Vertigo. This is a very simple platformer with a red square being able to jump off walls to reach greater heights. The idea of a platformer that was mostly tied to vertical platforming was something not really seen in the gaming community. Edmund really liked this idea and came up with some designs for characters which he described as superheroes with flaws. Introducing the new characters. We have the amazing Mr. Fetus, a fancy fetus trapped in a jar looking fancy on the outside. The Human Being, a fat guy with power unknown to his identity. Duke of Flies, the smelliest of all the heroes, with the only friends being the flies that surround him. Johnny Icicle Dick, the man who is big and pointy in all the right places. And finally, the Meat Ninja, a special ninja with no skin with the ability to hop from wall to wall. The creation of many of these characters only exists in drawings, but the character of Meat Ninja was the best fit for this type of game, which could be inspired by the way the red square looked in the prototype. The idea of Ninja Boy with no skin, making his entire body red, was what really stayed. The only issue Edmund didn't like was the hood he was wearing, so the hood went away, leaving only the red meat guy. So this character, being the boy with no skin, needs a counterpart, something that would wrap around him. So Edmund created Band-Aid Girl to be the love interest. The only other character who remained in the superhero creations was the character Mr. Fetus, who apparently got a PhD and is now Dr. Fetus, the snatcher of women. So this new game about Meat Boy was going back to Edmund's earlier work and wanting to do dumb animations just for the laughs. Meat Boy was released on Newgrounds on October 6, 2008. Created by Edmund, programmed by Jonathan McKenty, and music by Danny. The game is a simple 2D platformer with a lot more focus on vertical platforming, with short but difficult levels. We got saw blades that instantly kills you, salt that burns you, and guns that shoot you, making the main goal to rescue Band-Aid Girl without dying. Meat Boy became an instant hit for Edmund, and it quickly became his most popular Flash game. However, there is one thing that Edmund said during an interview that really stood out to me.
The first game that I made where I got a phone call from somebody, it was my cousin. He's like, "You'd never believe this, listen." And he's like, "What?" I'm like, and I hear the music in the background. He's like, "My roommate's playing your game." Like, I heard it and I was like, "What the fuck is this?" And I was like, "Oh, this game is actually really getting around."
This is one of the biggest opportunities to arise. Now, getting a good compliment from friends and families is always nice, but having someone you don't know actually go out of their way to find and play your game is something huge. This means that your content is actually reaching out to people. You might be thinking, why am I going so in depth with all of this? You know, some of his other games are getting huge numbers, and with him winning the IGF, well, think about this. And this goes for anything, whether it be content creation or just being an artist. Numbers can't show everything. While yes, higher numbers are impressive, it's not that what truly matters. What does matter is that random people that you have no idea are finding and really liking what you're doing. This is one of the biggest enjoyments for any artist out there. And even this video, this highly edited and researched video with a huge amount of effort put into it, is what truly makes artists happy, knowing that the common people actually enjoy their works. Back to Meat Boy, this game features a lot of content in here, from many levels to even a level editor that people can make, and being able to browse custom-made levels became one of Edmund's biggest titles during the 2008 Edmund's Inspiration Year. So, with Microsoft's deal with Edmund still in the air, and if we can't do Gish 2, then the next best thing would be Meat Boy 2. During a press release with Nintendo, these groups of people didn't have a name to call themselves. Now, the Flash version of Meat Boy had this thing called Team Mick, with Edmund and Jonathan calling themselves Team Mick because both of their last names start with MC, McMillen, McKenty. So during the time they went into the press release, Nintendo accidentally called them Team Meat. And to this day, that name stands. So Team Meat is formed, with Edmund and Tommy joined together to create this new Meat Boy game for consoles. Jonathan left very early on in development of this game, so it was just Ed and Tommy working on the game. The first game that Team Meat actually released was a game called Grey Matter, a game created by Edmund, programmed by Tommy, and music by Danny. This game was created to be a more bullet hell type game, a game featuring many fast-paced bullets with enemies to run into to destroy. This game is said to be focused on the brain and is said to be a piece of memory avoiding and removing bad thoughts. Continue on to defeat the final boss to win. Don't really have much to say about this game. The time to finally announce this upcoming game is approaching, and they finally came up with the final title of Super Meat Boy. The difference between making an actual console game rather than a game on Newgrounds or any type of PC game is having to deal with the higher-ups in the corporate space. Lots of problems that need to be changed from the original Meat Boy needed to be worked with. Throughout the time of Super Meat Boy's development, both Edmund and Tommy were struggling financially, and Xbox were not really helping. Nearly all of the higher-ups were just saying that this game wouldn't sell. They just keep asking, why would people buy this game? Both Edmund and Tommy are trying to be nice and explain why the game would actually sell. Now, I said earlier that there was this one guy in the higher-ups who believed in them, and without him, Super Meat Boy could have been completely cancelled. But what about this financial problem? Can it be solved? Well, considering back then, the only real way a Flash game could make money was with a sponsor deal. And even then, it's only a one-time payment and not some way to actually bring in a full income. So, both Edmund and Tommy reached a deal for a random company to sponsor a game they came up with, and they wrote down ideas, probably came up with some prototype ideas, got paid to work on it, and the sponsor game got canceled. Don't worry, they refunded the company so no form of fraud happened, but still, Edmund was actually making some of the games on the side for a little bit of money. During a Game Jam event, Edmund, Tyler, and Danny created a very small game titled AVGM. This game is about flipping a light switch, and over a period of different flippings, new objects spawn in. This game doesn't have much to it, but the max amount of light switch flipping is over 10,000, so time to turn on the auto clicker. This game stands for Abusive Video Game Manipulation, and is said to be a commentary for online games for rewarding useless in-game material just for spending time on the game. Just looking this up on a wiki, and okay Edmund, you can't fool me for writing this. But Edmund, I can't sit around playing flippy flicky light switch game for hours on end, doing nothing but sitting there and basically getting shit I don't want. And another thing, my mouse is broken. I could spend hours on end doing nothing, basically the broken mouse, clicking over 188,985 times. Alright, let's talk about an actual Flash game made by Edmund that came out a few months later. Spewer was a game released in 2009 by Edmund, programmed by a new guy named Eli Pillion. This is the only game he and Edmund worked on, not much to say about him, and music by Danny again. Spewer is a hard game to talk about, since it's one of the few games Edmund barely talks about, which I find weird, because this is actually a very well made Flash game of his. My theory on how this game is created is probably the same for some of his previous works, with Florian with Triachnid, or Jonathan with Meat Boy. This is only theorized, but it could be the best assumption. So, Spewer is a puzzle game where you play as a small creature, traversing and solving puzzles by vomiting, of course. and using the puke to help you beat the levels. There is a story to this game. The small story you play as this creature that this random unnamed scientist created. When you apparently beat the game, something happened, and I'm not gonna show you, because I don't want to spoil what happens. I know I basically spoil some of the games, but I feel like those are more artsy games that needs more explanation. Yeah, I don't have much to say. I actually want to talk more about this game, but I just can't. I can't find anything on it, which is a lot weirder considering that this is a full Flash game, and I was able to find more about the light switch game I just talked about, and all I wrote for that was 2 damn paragraphs. The only thing I could show is Markiplier.
Hello everybody, my name is Markiplier and welcome to Five Nights at Freddy's.
Markiplier played this game on one of his videos, literally titled, "You Will Love This Game." And I feel like he makes a lot of points talking about the rise of Flash gaming on Newgrounds. And I find this video to be really positive.
I mean, if you got a passion for creating, like, this is a great example of what comes out of a community that, while at the same time heavily critiques creation, but also, you know, it allows for these incredible things to come out of it that never really would have come out before, because when game makers made games on Newgrounds, they didn't make any money out of it. It was very hard to monetize it, especially since it was a community that emphasized free games, and this game is free. It's huge, it's extensive. It was made just for the respect of the peers and the enjoyment of the players, and possibly making some money out of it, like, which is fine, totally fine, and I've got nothing wrong with people making money from their creations, but back then, most people didn't. Like, most people did not make money out of their games, and even though this one is adorable, fantastically made, physically based, and is probably more advanced and more well put together than a lot of games that you'll see today, it still didn't make a lot of money, or at least I don't think it did. So anyway, back to the game at hand.
I know Markiplier is one of the best and wholesome YouTubers out there, but this video is just him expressing pure joy with this game, and really explaining the best of Newgrounds.
They were kids. Like, people who started out on Newgrounds were legitimately just children. I don't mean that in an insulting way. They were kids. They were young. They were young, but they were uninhibited by anything else, and they were influenced by the other creators on the site, which allowed some of the coolest creations to come out of it, and some of the coolest creations to ever come out of gaming to be explored in this space. Like, just be, you know, it was like an adventure of what could be done in gaming, and also animation as well. Like, Newgrounds was also a big animation thing, and
I find this video very enjoyable to watch, since I didn't grow up during the Newgrounds era, and finding someone who actually did and expressed this amount of nostalgia to be kinda sad to not be a part of.
Like, when I first played this game, it blew my mind. Just like a lot of games from Newgrounds at the time. It just, God, it's just, okay, I'll be the first to admit that I'm totally biased. I am completely and utterly biased about these games, and I have a bias because it's my nostalgia talking most of the time, and it's like part of my history, even though this one only came out in 09, and admittedly that was still 6 years ago today, but like still, it's just like, it's just, oh my God, it's just, I wish nothing but success on the creators of these cool games. I just geek out about it so much, and I'm sorry if I do, but I love it! I love it so much!
You can tell I'm trying to find something else to talk about, viewer, but I'm just having a lot of trouble finding anything. So just go play it for yourself. usually talk about like how Edmund's like doing during the period between the two games, but I just want to take a moment to address a misconception that's been floated around in some corners of the internet. You might have noticed that in every single game Edmund has worked on, he doesn't handle the programming side of things, whether it's Clauder, Alex, Florian, Tyler, Tommy, or any other of his collaborators that mainly focus on the development side. This had led to some complaints like, if Edmund doesn't program the game, is he really a game developer? Let's break this down. First, why does it matter? Game development is far than just programming. While Edmund doesn't write the code, he is still the driving force behind these projects. He is responsible for the story, level design, character creation, and managing the entire project. In fact, the role of a game developer encompasses so much more than writing lines of code. Second, he's still the creator of these games. Just because he's not behind the code doesn't mean the game doesn't come from his mind. Think about Shigeru Miyamoto. He never programmed Super Mario Bros., but he is universally recognized as a creator because he designed the game's world, characters, and core concept. And Edmund's role is basically the same. Third, understand the fundamentals of game development is crucial, and Edmund knows how games should work. He understands the mechanics, challenges, and most importantly, how to use the tools his collaborators provided to craft something unique. So, in technicality, Edmund may not be a developer, but in my eyes, he is a game developer. It's not just about writing code, it's more about creating worlds. And Edmund has been doing that for years.
Can you conquer Super Meat Boy? Let's find out! Check it out! 300 plus levels, do the math! What was that? Test your skills, perfect your technique! Push the buttons! Over 7 walls. It's educational. Are you a bad enough dude to rescue your girlfriend? Come on! Look out! Move fast! Jump up! Holotype control! Be creative! And a story! Don't destroy your precious! Super Meat Boy! Coming October 20th to Xbox Live. Super Meat Boy. Register team. SuperMeatBoy.com. Video by James at James@com. Martinez at
2009 wasn't just another year in Edmund's game development journey, as it was also his 10-year high school reunion. Now, going to catch up with some old classmates might not seem like a big deal for most people, but for Edmund, it was an opportunity to revisit the past and to show off.
The whole thing was run by this girl in school who I remember to this day told me that I will never be a success at life because I'm so antisocial. And I just wanted to go and show her up in some way. And I get there, I left the Nintendo Power in the car. I get there and everybody was fucking wasted. Everybody was crying. It was terrible.
This experience, combined with a game prototype that was sent to him by William Good, inspired Edmund's next game. The game, Time Fuck, was released in 2009, created by Edmund, programmed by William Good, his first and only game they worked together, and music by one of Edmund's high school friends named Justin Carpel. Now, the game's title is a little bit weird. So the word time is repeatedly scrambled with the word fuck, reflecting the chaotic, destroying nature of the game itself. And yes, even though it's spelled like this, it is pronounced fuck. Time Fuck is a puzzle platformer that's all about manipulating the environment, switching between different layers of reality to solve increasingly complex puzzles. But with most of Edmund's work, the meaning goes beyond gameplay. The story follows a character named Steven who encounters another version of himself, a future Steven. This future Steven tells him to jump in the box, and once inside, Steven experiences a surreal journey. The entire game is a metaphor. It explores the idea of people being trapped in their own metaphorical boxes, whether it's a social experiment, personal failures, or the limits we impose on ourselves. We keep telling ourselves to stay in these boxes, thinking it's safe, while deep down we're yearning to break free. The reunion experience seems to have directly fed into this theme, as Edmund watched his old classmates stuck in the same patterns. It made him reflect on how we all get trapped in our own mental and emotional boxes. The game received critical acclaim, winning several Flash Game Awards, and becoming another example of Edmund's ability to turn personal reflection into engaging, thought-provoking games. So if you haven't already, go check it out. It's a fun experience you won't forget.
Oh, I want carrots and tomatoes and cauliflower! Vegetarian my ass! I'll feed you meat! Yeah!
Meat Boy's back and he's badder than ever. Dr. Fetus has taken Bandage Girl away and it's up to Meat Boy to get her back. Jump, slide, and get slice and dice in over 300 levels in 7 worlds with light and dark variations. Take on the stages as Meat Boy or one of 15 unlockable indie gaming all-stars, each with their own unique abilities. If you're psycho enough to play it all, stay tuned for tons of extra stages on the Internet, a nearly unending world of downloadable bonus content just waiting to be explored.
Super Meat Boy!
Now available on Xbox Live Arcade and coming soon on Nintendo Wii and PC.
So much time has passed, and it's time to talk about the full development of Super Meat Boy. But I'm not going to, because there is a whole movie about it. So Indie Game the Movie is a documentary by Canadian filmmakers James Suhrke and Luzanne Pajak. This movie goes into some of the big development struggles of Super Meat Boy. Hearing from what Edmund said about it, the filmmakers were very generous and very hands-off when it comes to Meat Boy.
Super Meat Boy development, and a little bit before Super Meat Boy development, the indie boom exploded. And I started to get contacted by multiple different documentary teams. A Canadian couple came down, and I think they might have contacted Tommy first. And they came down to Santa Cruz and they did a piece on Aether. They just had me talk about Aether, and they used that video to do a Kickstarter, which would eventually become an indie game movie. I think initially they wanted it to just be talking heads. A bunch of, I think it was gonna be 16 different developers or something, and they were just gonna all talk about their games. And they started to do that, and they filmed a majority of, my friends, basically. Like, they went to GDC and just filmed everybody, did a bunch of interviews. But they said that they noticed that when they were filming, they were like, we're gonna come out again. We're gonna come out and just film you. Like, okay. And they just kept doing it. They just kept coming out and filming. And we're gonna split up. They're gonna go with, she's gonna go with Tommy, and I'm gonna stay with you, and we're gonna film release. It's like, okay. And then basically they're like, we have a story arc, like from beginning to end. Like, we have this full development cycle, and we've been following Phil around, and we think we could turn this into not a boring documentary about video games, more of just a documentary about artists in general. Like, you could replace video games with music and it'd be the same thing. It was really cool to be a part of it. They were not intrusive at all. They were very supportive. It felt like having a friend over to help you out when you're losing your fucking mind. They were really good at editing too. They ended up winning an award at Sundance for editing, and I remember watching it at my place with Tommy for the first time. Yeah, they brought it over. It was crazy. It was very emotional.
You can get the movie on different platforms, including Steam, where it actually has achievements. Go check out the movie if you want, because it does talk about other things like John's braid and Phil Fish's fez. This movie was also very helpful in finding good clips with Edmund talking.
Tommy.
Uh-huh.
Okay, email from John. Braid sold 10K the first day.
Oh, cool.
We are closing in at 15 very soon.
That's pretty awesome.
Hey, Tommy, remember that game Braid?
Yeah.
Super Meat Boy!
Alright, the big day has arrived. Edmund's first game to reach actual consoles. On October 20th, 2010, after 2 years of development, the game finally released on Xbox 360 through the Xbox Live Arcade. This is the first chance of his game actually selling. So, how did this game do? Considering that a lot of executives kept saying this game would never sell. Welcome back to this next whiteboard section. The last time we were here, we were talking about Gish, which was probably like an hour ago for you, but for me, it was like a month. So I am going to be talking about the fundamentals of Super Meat Boy. So, what are the fundamentals of game design? Well, to me, these right here are the three most important ones: concept, story, and gameplay. There are, of course, many other fundamentals, but these three I feel like are the most important to talk about. Let's first talk about the concept. This basically says, what do you want your game to be? This is mainly the planning phase, and it's generally the first thing you should do when planning to make a game. When thinking about Super Meat Boy, how should the levels actually work? What should they look like? What kind of challenges should you have? What characters? And how do you interact with each other? All things in concept are usually written down, and any other thing that you can imagine in your game. So the story is generally I consider to be the least important of the three. Even though I say it's the least important, it's still very important to understand. Because if the gameplay or concept isn't great, if you still have an amazing and interesting story, people will still stick through the entire game. But if you're really wanting to make a game, I would say don't really focus on the story, because the story will come eventually. And even though I said this, it could also work the other way. You could have a story and then come up with a game that actually fits that story. As for Super Meat Boy, the story is very simple to grasp. Dr. Fetus takes your girlfriend, you have to rescue her. It's a similar story idea as Gish, nothing too crazy, but enough to get the player's attention. Now, we're going to talk about the most important part, the gameplay. So, when you're making a new game, you basically want to ask the question, what is the player's role? Think about this. Put yourself in a new player's shoes. You don't know anything about the game. How can you, personally, get immersed into your own game? The question revolves around each of the three concepts. But I believe the gameplay is the most important in immersing the player. The main point that I want to say is that you want your gameplay to be fun. If the gameplay isn't fun, why should you play the game in the first place? And if you personally do not have any fun playing your own game, then there's something wrong with your game. The main goal, make the game as fun as possible to play. Now this could also mean for your general people you want to play the game. Do you want to make it easy for casual players or make it a lot more difficult for more hardcore gamers to play? You must think about your audience and what they would think about the game. Let's talk about the gameplay of Super Meat Boy, because I think this is a great example of a gameplay-focused game. So first off, this is a level-based progression game. Beat the level, move on to the next level. Very simple. Now, the first couple levels in the game are generally the tutorial levels that shows you how to play the game. Once you actually master the controls in the tutorial levels, the game will add more hazards, making you learn new techniques to master the level. Super Meat Boy is not a hard game to learn. There are just two buttons you need to learn. The run button and the jump button. Those are the only two buttons you need. Now, Super Meat Boy runs in the flow progression, which means it's the midpoint between two extremes. If the game is way too easy, it gets really boring and the player just ends up being uninterested and stops playing the game. If the game is way too frustrating, meaning the game is more unfair and the player basically gives up. Now, if you do play Super Meat Boy, you would say that the game is very hard. But it's not frustrating. Let me explain. Super Meat Boy is a game where you are in full control of the character, and any deaths are caused by your mistakes. This means that the game is fair. Super Meat Boy does this very smart thing, and having the levels be short, which is great because the closer you get to end the level, the more motivation you get to continue and eventually beat that level. The best way of beating a very hard level is with motivation and newly acquired skill if you're continually failing to complete a hard part in a level. Once you complete a certain part of a level, you basically master it and have to complete the other parts of the level, basically mastering how you do the first part and having an easier time doing that level. There is this one cool motivator at the end, or once you beat a level, you see all your Meat Boys like playing the level and like actually finishing, seeing all your progress and all the deaths you previously had. This is actually a very fun idea, and it's actually very cool to look at. So that was a very good detail to add. Thanks, Tommy. This concept is what makes Super Meat Boy an amazing game. The motivation, the very quick respawn time after death, and satisfaction of finally beating a difficult level is what makes Super Meat Boy an amazing title. And even though you might think the game is way too hard, I can't beat it, you're basically giving up. Eventually, you will get good enough to beat the game. So, if you have not played the game, I highly recommend you give it a try. Before we talk about the next segment, I have a few more pointers to go over. First off, in Super Meat Boy, all previous sex scenes were removed. Yes, there were sex scenes. No, I am not showing them. 2, they had to change the name of Band-Aid Girl, since Band-Aid is technically a brand, to Bandage Girl. And finally, a very stupid call out to PETA. The story is actually very funny to talk about, so I'll discuss it. We all know PETA, the group known as People Eating Tasty Animals. I mean, people for the ethnic treatment of animals. Much worse name in my opinion. Anyways, PETA is known for being very aggressive when spreading their message. There's a lot of protests that I could explain, but the one that I want to talk about is their game parodies. When PETA wants to go after big gaming corporations for spreading, in their minds, animal cruelty, they force these poor programmers to spend time making awful games to try and force their message. They went after Mario and Pokemon, but they also went after Meat Boy. Let me explain. So, an anonymous user went to the PETA forums to give information to PETA about this hit new indie game coming out called Super Meat Boy. Because PETA does not do research, they assume Meat Boy was a living, sentient part of animal meat that is now evil, apparently. So, PETA created this awful game a month after Super Meat Boy released, called Super Tofu Boy, a game where you play as a white meat boy rescuing Bandage Girl from a drugged out meat boy. This game is awful for a few reasons. First off, the art is very ugly. No one likes looking at this abomination. Second, the game runs very poorly, since PETA doesn't know the first thing when it comes to game design, like simple controls or fun gameplay. Third, PETA doesn't know anything about Meat Boy. They think just because his name is Meat Boy means he's a part of human consumption, when in reality, he is just a boy with no skin. So what happened after the release? Well, PETA got hit hard with embarrassment, and they didn't learn from their mistakes. First off, do you really think the people of Team Meat, who knows the game and the story, cares about what PETA thinks? Considering that Tommy, a type 1 diabetic, needs insulin to survive. So, to retaliate, Team Meat decided to craft their very own version of Tofu Boy, a character that, because he doesn't eat meat, suffers from iron deficiency, making him the worst character in the game. A character so bad, he can't even beat the first level of the game without the use of bugs. While Super Meat Boy was all about tight controls and challenging but fair gameplay, Super Tofu Boy was just as fun as eating a block of tofu. Bland, squishy, and pretty much impossible to digest. But one last thing. Who sent the message to PETA in the first place? Well, it was the main man himself, Edmund. So Edmund trolled the PETA forums so hard that it made them all a laughingstock for all Meat Boy fans, and basically the entirety of the indie community, all because of Edmund. Super Meat Boy was a massive success, bringing in nearly 1,400,000 units by the end of the year, and selling over 1 million copies in just 2 years. The months past of Super Meat Boy were quiet for Team Meat. Tommy was out vacationing with his girlfriend, but things with Edmund were a lot more unique. With the money from Super Meat Boy, Edmund and Danielle moved into a new home, and also adopted 2 new cats that Danielle wanted. 2 Sphinx cats named Tammy and Cricket, who are actually related to each other. For the final part of this section, I just want to quickly talk about some of the other parts of Edmund McMillen that wouldn't really fit anywhere else. Edmund's YouTube. Edmund has had a YouTube channel for a very long time. A channel he created all the way back in 2006. What's weird is that he posted what I guess are today equivalent of vlogs, where he posts the date of the video of him and Danielle. Now these videos are very low quality. They were recorded in around 2007, so what do you expect? These videos are quite edgy considering the time and the people, but you could check them out if you want to. So, you might be asking, what did Danielle do during all of this? Well, it's hard to find. Generally, I don't know what she did during all this. And generally, I didn't really want to search going into her personal life. However, there is one thing I know she did that I will discuss. Now, from what I've gathered, Danielle's mother is a big crafter, sculptor, DIY maker, whatever you call them. And it looks like Danielle was the same. Danielle created models, plushes, figures for Edmund's game and sold it on their store shop called edplusdanielle.bigcartel.com. And here's what it looks like. Edmund McMillen, dermatologist? I guess Edmund really cares about skincare. Okay, maybe we'll look back. No, that's better. So Danielle would create these figures and would sell them on this site. You can't anymore, since as of now, if you want to get any merchandise of Edmund's games, they are on a much more professional company sites that do all the process and shipping for them. Now both Edmund and Danielle regularly blog about their upcoming games or anything that they want to talk about. So here is one of the blog posts around the time after the release of Super Meat Boy, Friday, June 8th, 2011. So it's been a while since I've uploaded this blog because of this game called Super Meat Boy that I've been actively working on for the past 2 years with Tommy as Team Meat. Some of you know that Tommy and I have started on our second feature-length title, but none of you know that I've also been secretly working on a side project for a while now called The Binding of Isaac. So ask me this, how the hell did this game went on to become one of the most memorable indie games of all time? One that opened the light to a genre of gaming that didn't have many games to it. One that quickly outsold his other successful games. One that had to completely remake this game again because of the game outscaling the original engine just about a year after its release. A game that will probably take up 80% of the rest of this video. All for a game Edmund was not expecting to do well. Well, let's start at the beginning. After the release of Super Meat Boy, Edmund and Tommy were discussing what to do with their next game. They already established themselves as Team Meat, a successful indie game studio, so what were they wanting to do? Edmund started to get interested in randomly generated games, as he had a lot of fun playing Derek Yu's game Spelunky, a randomly generated platform game, and Edmund wanted to do a similar idea of the roguelike genre. So what is a roguelike game? Well, that question is a little bit hard to answer, but I have personally come to the conclusion to what a roguelike is. And before I mention that, there is a very similar genre known as roguelite, and people seem to confuse them with each other, including myself. And I bet there are a few people out there who thought these two are the same when they have a big key difference to them. To clarify, a roguelike is a game that has three important parts to them. 1. Randomly generated content, so nothing is the same every time. 2. Permadeath. Dying at any point of the run will put you all the way back at the start. And lastly, an end goal like beating the final boss and ending the run as a win. These 3 points are what makes a game a roguelike. You could see this as being a subgenre to a game like Spelunky, which is a platformer that meets all 3 of these requirements. Now, a roguelite does most of the same. However, the key difference is that you keep some form of progression each run, like experience points or money, while in roguelikes, you get nothing. Everything is reset. If you truly don't know the difference between the two, then just stick with always calling them one of the two. If someone calls you out for saying the wrong genre, just ignore them and go about your day. Cause being butthurt on saying your game is a roguelike even though it's a roguelite is fucking stupid. If they want to complain about that one single letter change is enough to start arguing, then that's just a dumbass problem that I don't want to get involved with. Anyways, Edmund started to get inspiration from one of his favorite games, The Legend of Zelda, on the NES. Specifically, the dungeon structure of the game. So Edmund started thinking of a dungeon-based game that is similar to the structure on The Legend of Zelda, but that the dungeons would be fully randomly generated. This game was supposed to be a mere prototype game for an officially randomly generated game that Team Meat would work on. So the story of this game would also take inspiration for the story behind The Legend of Zelda, which involved the imagination of Shigeru Miyamoto as a child. Edmund took note of that and decided to write about his own childhood, which, if you somewhat recalled from the beginning of this video, was a lot more darker. Since Tommy was out on his vacation after Meat Boy, Edmund called on Florian to start on his next project. Florian is the type of person who would work on anything no matter how dark and weird the game is. I mean, he did program the C-word game. So the two goals of his next game was 1. Create a roguelike with a dungeon structure of The Legend of Zelda, and 2. Have a theme based on his religious struggles as a child. To explain the full structure of the Zelda-like gameplay, the further you progress through the dungeon, the stronger you get, while the enemies become tougher as well. The idea comes from the items you collect during your runs, and each item would also change the appearance, making the character look stronger. The idea is that at the start, you are completely naked, quite literally, and would further become strong enough to defeat any enemy. Now, talking about his idea of having a religious theme, this game will incorporate the parts of the religion that fascinated Edmund. This will come from both sides of his family, the devoted Catholic from his mother's side, and the born-again Christian from his father's side. His mother's side of the family taught him about the more ritualistic side of Christianity, how lighting candles and going to ceremonies would protect them and their families from hell, and the idea of eating the body and drinking the blood of their Savior to protect them from sin. He would describe these rituals as casting spells, and to this day, Edmund is very fascinated by this side of Christianity. However, his father's side was a lot more difficult for him, where basic things he enjoyed during his childhood, like D&D or Magic the Gathering, were considered evil, and that he would be going to hell just for playing those games. These forms of hurtful comments gave Edmund the feeling of self-hate and isolation, but also gave rise to his dark creativity. These experiences as a child gave him the idea for making the game based on his tragic upbringing of religion. Edmund also looked in the Bible for inspirations, and focused on the story titled The Binding of Isaac. The story about how Abraham was told by God to sacrifice his son Isaac. He was about to until he was stopped by an angel of the Lord and sacrificed a ram instead. Other biblical characters were added to the game, including Magdalene, a prostitute who cried at the feet of Jesus for forgiveness, Cain, the son of Adam and Eve who murdered his own brother out of jealousy, and Judas, the man who betrayed Jesus and condemned him to death. These three all shared something in common. They're all sinners, just like what Edmund himself believed he was. Another part that inspired the creation of the game was a Christian propaganda, especially around satanic cults to gain demonic powers.
Isaac! Isaac! Isaac!
So, in about the 3 months of development, Edmund was just going to release this game on Newgrounds, and that would basically be it. However, once his friends were testing it, those friends included Tom Fulp, John Blow, Derek Yu, they all said that this game had real potential, and he should put it on a store page and not Newgrounds. Not wanting to deal with the struggles of the ESRB, he decided to put the game on Steam. Now back in the day, you couldn't just post a game on Steam. you actually needed to know someone at Valve in order to post a game on their platform. Luckily enough, Edmund did know people in order to post a game there. One issue was that the game was written in the Flash engine, and they wanted to try to hide the fact that this was a Flash game on Steam. The game, The Binding of Isaac, created by Edmund, programmed by Florian, and music by Danny, was released on September 28, 2011. The first few days of release were brutal, as they had to update the game every day for around 2 weeks, given some of the players asking if the game was ever tested. To which Edmund said he didn't want to waste more time on something that would fail, so after around 2 weeks, he stopped looking in at the game. A few reasons for why the game basically was failing was the main problem, the Flash engine. Flash was already very outdated when the game released, and after a few months, the game was selling okay. And for a little fun, they added a Halloween update that includes new items, bosses, enemies, floors, and the new character, Eve, another character from the Bible. And Edmund wouldn't work on this game until something happened that Edmund did not expect. For the first few weeks of Isaac, the game was performing as expected, only selling a few hundred copies a month. It wasn't until a few months that copies sold per day would increase, from 200 copies to 1,000 copies quickly. And by the end of 2011, the game managed to sell over 400,000 copies. Edmund questioned why this game was selling, so he decided to check YouTube.
Hello everybody and welcome to a long-awaited Let's Play. This is a Let's Play of The Binding of Isaac, Edmund McMillen's new game, and he's obviously famous for games like Super Meat Boy and Gish, so this is one that a lot of people have been looking forward to since it was announced back in the summer. I figure it would only be right for me to do a Let's Play, considering I also did one for Super Meat Boy. Not going to talk too much about the story right now, but essentially, Isaac is a young child, a young boy, whose mother has been corrupted by religious fanaticism and has gone crazy and kind of thrown him in the catacombs under his house. And let's get started.
The fan base of Isaac was growing, and they were very vocal on the game. The game reached so much sales that it became the new focus for new content. But there was one person that made Edmund want to continue this series. Danielle.
I will go fight the boss now. Oh, okay. Ooh. Oh my god, get this cat off me! Ah! Timmy! Why is he doing this? Ow!
This game was the first game that he designed that she became obsessed with. Quote, "It made me extremely happy to see her fall in love with something that I had made." So Edmund created a brand new expansion for the game, not even a full year later, called Wrath of the Lamb, which was said to add 80% more content, including items, bosses, endings, floors, and a new character, Samson, who is another character from the Bible. By November of 2012, Isaac had sold over 1 million copies in a shorter time span than Super Meat Boy. Now, here I'll explain the concepts and the internal programming on Isaac. Now this part is actually really easy, because Florian himself actually posted videos on his YouTube channel explaining the inner workings of Isaac. Now I won't go over everything that he says, but if you want to watch those videos yourself, I'll leave a link in the description for the playlist of his Isaac Explained videos. So let's talk about room generation. So we start with a basic grid. The grid size is dependent on the floor. We start off with the starting room. This is where the map would build off of. Then it decides which of the 4 sides would have a door leading into the next room. The game chooses which door to add and adds a room from a list of many rooms. It does this until the right amount of rooms are generated. Now, there are also these rooms known as end caps, which are rooms that are only connected to one room. Now a lot of these have special rooms, like your item, shop, or any other special room in the game. Now the end cap room that is the furthest from your starting room is usually the boss room. There are also 2 kinds of special rooms, known as secret rooms and super secret rooms, which are generated last and have their own properties they have to follow. Secret rooms have a few properties, being rooms that can only be accessed with a bomb. Secret rooms can be connected to other rooms, but the important thing about them is that if a secret room is connected to multiple rooms, they must be able to access them from all the rooms connected. So if there's a rock blocking the entrance of a potential secret room, then there will never be a secret room there, even if the other rooms meet the requirements. Secret rooms can be connected to all special rooms except the boss room. There is always one entrance to the boss room. The super secret room is similar to end cap rooms, where there's only one room connecting them. These special rooms cannot be connected to other special rooms, not the item room, not the shop room, or any other special room. So that's how room generation works in Isaac. Now, the next thing I want to discuss is how Florian did pathfinding. So Isaac is all about grids, and understanding how to use the grid is how you get the pathfinding. This works very similar to how the paint bucket tool works in many different softwares. So let's say that Isaac is here. That means that this location is marked as 100. So the 4 adjacent tiles that Isaac can go over are subtracted by 1. Each iteration it lowers the number by 1 until the full room is complete, and no more numbers can be added. Let's say there's an enemy here. The enemy would look at each adjacent tile and will move to the higher number. If 2 numbers happen to be the same, then the monster will just randomly choose one of the 2. If the monster is on a tile with number 0, and that means the monster is trapped and cannot reach the player, so it does not move. And that's the general idea of how pathfinding works in Isaac. These are the 2 main points I want to talk about. But again, if you want to know more about the programming of Isaac, just go watch Florian explain it. In 2012, a company by the name of Nicalis, specifically the founder Tyrone Rodriguez, approached Edmund with the idea of bringing the Binding of Isaac to consoles. Now Edmund hated dealing with the executives during the development of Super Meat Boy, and Edmund stated that he would not want to deal with those people. But Edmund won't be dealing with the executives, so he agreed to the idea on one condition: that Isaac will be completely reworked from the ground up and no longer using the Flash engine. Tyrone complied with these requests, and Nicalis formed a small team in order to create the new Isaac, which would include everything from the original Flash title and more. So this new Isaac is being worked on, but Edmund did start on a few projects, one of which is the Basement Collection, which he released on Steam. This collection includes his past games that we already talked about: Triagnid, Coil, Aether, Meat Boy, Grey Matter, Spewer, AVGM, and Timefuck. And also include a few bonuses like some of Edmund's art and a few of his comics. So check it out if you want. So what sort of projects was Team Meat working on, considering that a different team was working on Isaac? Well, Edmund had other plans, including the game that Isaac was meant to be a prototype for. Around 2013, we finally saw what was being worked on, a title called Eugenics, and another horror-based game that Edmund pitched at PAX 13 called Camdrone.
Scrambling around his room to find a hiding place, he noticed a trapdoor to the basement hidden under his rug. Without hesitation, he flung open the hatch, just as his mother burst through the door, and threw himself down into the unknown depths below. Yes, Lord, anything.
We now enter the year of 2014, and this is one of the biggest years for Edmund. First off, Edmund entered another Game Jam event and created this very short game called Faces, a game with the help of Tommy, which has a face change at the center to a different face every single time you type something in the box. Not much to say about this game, only that it's sadly the last game Edmund would probably ever release on Newgrounds. On November of 2014, the new Isaac was finally released, called The Binding of Isaac Rebirth. This game was released on Steam as well as many different other consoles. Rebirth added a lot of new content that was not included in the original Flash version. Some of the more quality of life features, including saving and returning to runs, Siege to replay the same run, and a huge amount of new content added to the game. The game added 147 new items, 28 new trinkets, a completely new soundtrack by the band Ridiculon, and new characters. Azazel, a demonic character that is said to be an easy character to play. Lazarus, another biblical figure that has an extra life, similar to his story from the Bible, being one of Jesus' most well-known miracles for raising him from the dead. And Eden, a character with a completely randomized start every run. There was one more character added, and I'll talk about that later. we are here and I'm going to be talking about more pointers about Isaac. The first thing I want to talk about is that Edmund loves to reference his older works in his games. This is no exception to Isaac, and it probably has the most amount of references to his past works. Some of these are very easy to spot, like Gish, Tragnid, Steven are all bosses in the game. There's also references to his old comics like the Dead Bird item and Little Chubby, who I can actually show this time. But the one thing I haven't talked about was another character that was in the very first version of Isaac. This character, there's just 3 question marks. If you remember all the way back near the start of this video, these guys were a big part of Edmund, and of course, this character would fit right into this game. Now this character doesn't have a confirmed name, but pretty much everyone, including Edmund himself, calls this character the Blue Baby, being of course the reference to his running jokes back in his comics. Blue Baby was meant to be the first challenging character of the game. To unlock this character, you have to beat the final boss of like the first part of the game, Mom's Heart, around 10 times to actually get the character. Now this character is interesting because so far every single character in the game has been a religious word or a character, even though Azazel isn't really a well-known character in the Bible. He is still a fallen angel, and Eden isn't any name for a character in the Bible, but is instead the Garden of Eden. So every single character is a reference to the Bible, except for Blue Baby, which leads me to my second point, the lore of Isaac. Now the lore of Isaac is something I don't want to get too deep into. If you want to know more about the actual lore of the game, just look it up on your own. But I will explain a brief part of it. But the main point of the lore can be explained with 3 words. Isaac is dead. The main part that you're actually playing is the full imagination of Isaac. And every monster and boss are all supposed to represent Isaac. What does this mean? Well, it's confirmed that Isaac's parents are separate, and Isaac's mom is very religious, and says that most of his things are evil. So Isaac hides himself in the one place he knows it's safe, his toy chest. Isaac hides himself in his toy chest and is playing in his imagination as he's slowly suffocating and dies. So each character we play is either a biblical figure that has some form of tragedy happen to them, or states of Isaac's decomposition. Which leads us to our last point of discussion, the lost character that I have not discussed yet. When playing the game, you'll come across many different secrets. One of those being the trinket missing poster. This trinket didn't do anything to the player, but instead had a secret behind it. While holding the trinket, if the player dies in the sacrifice room, the death note will give the image of a puzzle piece. There are 4 different kinds of puzzle pieces, indicated with a marker on the piece. Putting the pieces together would give us a combination to follow. The combination is in this order. As Isaac died to a Molaboom enemy in the basement or cellar. As Maggie died to your own bomb in the caves/catacombs. As Judas get killed by Mom's foot. And finally, as Azazel get killed by Satan and Sheol. Doing this would unlock the character called the Lost, the hardest character that only has 1 hit point before dying. This mystery had Edmund all excited, seeing if the whole community can get together and solve this puzzle. A puzzle that Edmund would thought would take years to complete. A mystery that only the true, hardcore Isaac fans will search for. A mystery that it took community 109 hours to find this character. So what happened is that a few people decided to data mine the game. For those who don't know what that means, data mining is when someone decides to analyze the contents of files for any type of software. These data miners found out about this secret character, and by the end of the first few weeks, the character became very well known. You could probably guess how Edmund felt about this.
So my question to you guys is, there's a lot of stuff that still hasn't been discovered yet?
People already fucking fucked it up. They all messed it. They swallowed a $100 steak with 1 bite.
Yep.
Don't say spoil.
So yeah, you probably figure out how much Edmund dislikes people spoiling the game. So much so that in his future games, he puts random crap in the files to try and throw off the data miners. However, he will try again soon. Now, one of the main reasons why Rebirth was created was to allow the game to be played on consoles. One of the first consoles that Isaac was on is the 3DS. Now, there is a lot of history surrounding the relationship between Isaac and Nintendo, as Edmund pitched the idea of Isaac to Nintendo all the way back during the Flash era, and Nintendo said no. Now, the reasoning behind the rejection was not given for a while. It was later revealed that the game's questionable religious content is what got it rejected. This was really confusing because even people who worked at Nintendo said that the game would be approved. Now, Edmund was willing to change a few things about the game, but he never got a list of things to change. The only thought was to change the entire plot and story, which is something that would ruin the originality of the game. They did eventually allow the game onto Nintendo consoles in July 2015. It was said that 3 higher-ups at Nintendo pushed for the game to release on their consoles. Thus, Rebirth was released on all 3 major game consoles. Around 5 months after the release of Rebirth, a new expansion of Isaac was announced, called Afterbirth. But Edmund was also working on side projects alongside the new expansion. If you remember me briefly mentioning Fascist, well, Edmund liked the idea of random character creations. So he and a programmer got together to create a small puzzle game.
I have to say that was the most delicious dinner I have ever... Oh, hey, Ed. Hello, James. You guys are great. What are you doing here? Oh, John Evans, Matthias Bossi, bunch of hobos. Fingered. God, look at all these guys. Stripy shirts, fezzes, crowns. What? What is fingered? Look at all these miscreants sliding by me here. Wow. I am positive that this game is going to be a worthwhile experience for all of you. Please buy it. It's out now. Act with haste. You know what's gonna happen to you if you don't. I'm coming after you. And when I find you, I'm gonna press the button. Fingered. Out now. What's it about? I'm not gonna tell you.
In August 18th, 2015, the game Fingered was released. created by Edmund, music by Ridiculon, and programmed by James Id. A new person to talk about? Kinda. Because James is actually the same person who made these trailers for some of the games, including Super Meat Boy and almost all of Isaac's trailers. Anyways, Fingered is a game where you're at a police lineup and a random witness gives you descriptions and you have to pick the correct person to execute. The witnesses include some of Edmund's best characters. Who couldn't forget the classics? You got Basic Bob, Bigot Barney, the racist, Dim Dam, the guy with brain damage, Broken Bella, the definition of brain damage, IBS Iggy, he's barely holding on, Edmund's wife, a fucking dog. Since when did Edmund draw dogs? And my personal favorite character, Dying Daryl. He just doesn't have enough time. So Edmund created the small little game and sold it on Steam for $1.87, which is the same as the California Penal Code tied to murder. Now, a small little thing I want to talk about this game is the achievements. Most of the achievements involve executing certain characters, and all of them are references, so I guess I can go over them. We have Testicular Tommy, everyone's favorite diabetic game developer. Fishy Philip, the asshole who really likes red hats. Bossy Babs, a reference to the 1972 movie Pink Flamingos and the drag queen named Divine. Bloody Barnabas, a reference to the 1966 show Dark Shadows. Freaky Frank, an obvious reference to Frankenstein. Despicable Dolph, I have no idea who he is, but he looks like someone who would fail art school. Lap-loving Lawn, reference to the 1941 film The Wolfman, with the main actor's name being Lon. Pond-dwelling Possum, reference to the 1954 film The Creature from the Black Lagoon. Huey Gish, hey, I remember you. Bandage Brandy and Muscly Mark, PETA's worst enemies. Inconsolable Isaac, who I will continue talking about soon. Raucous Rip, a reference to the late gay comedian Rip Taylor, who is known for throwing confetti everywhere. Cheesy Charlie, referencing the cult leader Charlie Manson, leader of the Manson family. Gross GG, reference to the late punk musician G.G. Allen, known for mutilating and shitting himself on stage. Out of all the things I researched so far, this guy has gotta be one of the most disturbing parts, because going through his whole Wikipedia article was painful. And lastly, the creators and musicians also need to be executed to gain the achievement.
I got my fingers in you.
The new big DLC for Isaac released on October 30th, 2015. not even a full year of Rebirth's release. The main features of Afterbirth are the new greed mode, a new area with a very hard boss, 95 new items and 29 new trinkets, a new character called Lilith, new bosses and monsters, and so much more. However, there was something off about this DLC. When the loss was quickly discovered, people knew that the developers would hide something not in the game files. In the new Greed mode, after you complete and beat the final boss of Floor Ultra Greed, a donation machine appears similar to the donation machine you would usually find in shops. But this was different. If you donate 999 coins and try to add one more coin, the machine would explode. However, in Greed mode, the machine would be destroyed at 109 coins. This bug would be fixed a few days later, and a new achievement would be earned called Generosity. So this number, 109, seems to be very important, as even Edmund and Tyrone kept talking about this number. The number ID 109 is the item Money Equals Power. And if you went to the item collection and see Money Equals Power, it displays the message, "Where are you?" A few weeks later, the Steam achievement icon for Generosity was changed to this. Taking the pixels of each line translates to these numbers, which, when using the ASCII code, translates to this. Using the code as an mjerg.com URL reveals this image. It's very small, so when zoomed in closer, we see the Lost with human figures, a map icon, and a quote from Genesis chapter 30, verse 35. What does this mean? Well, Edmund kept posting stuff on his Twitter, like this post. Ignoring the nasty spider and what Edmund said in his tweet, we're more interested in the background, specifically this poster. A poster for the movie The Lost Boys, a film released in 1987 about two kids moving into a town full of vampires. A movie setting in a fictional town filmed in the real-life location of Santa Cruz, California, specifically the boardwalk, which has flyers of missing people in the movie. A Reddit user, Nirvana Guy 007, asked their brother to go to the boardwalk, and he found this poster. At the bottom was a 7-digit phone number, with the last digits torn off. But a US phone number required a 10-digit number, and there's only 7 numbers. That is, when you realize the poster on the back says God is Spirit. A quote from John chapter 4, verse 24. 424 4440, and the other torn off numbers you'd probably guess is 109. Calling 424-444-0109 directs the caller to a voicemail, which says,
"Hello, Miss Lau. This is your off. I know what you came for, but I need to hear you ask me."
The questionable audio ports were reverse audio, which when fixed become Isaac and Father.
"Hello, Isaac. This is your father. I know what you came for, but I need to hear you ask me."
A few days later, the voicemail was replaced with a second message.
"Christ calls. Generous gods don't guide history forever.
Once again, parts of the message was backwards, translate to
Christ calls. Generous gods don't guide history forever. Knowledge grows. His final form ends beyond greed. We need to go deeper.
the phrase, "we need to go deeper," is the name of the shovel item in Isaac. Edmund was still giving us hints on his Twitter as he tweeted this. This message doesn't mean anything, but if you take the first letter of each word, it spells out warmer. That's when user Dicks in My Ass applied the same idea to the phone message. Cutting out the last part, he got this, to which Edmund confirmed to be correct. Converting the message to alphanumeric code gives us these numbers, which are coordinates for a building in Santa Ana, with a building number 109. Around midnight, 6 Redditors went to the location, where they found a yellow poster with Bible quotes with a person growing up and dying on the back. They also found a pile of change. Digging there reveals a buried statue of a shopkeeper. This statue also had a writing, "Give him a voice." The code on top with the number 64 is the ASCII code for the @ sign, where a Twitter account with the name I am Isaac's body and the password is Isaac is dead. After they gave it a voice, the developers uploaded a new image saying the community unlocked something, where the game was updated and a new character, the Keeper. So that was the entirety of what's known as the Keeper ARG, and Edmund was happy with the results. And that is all I have to say about Afterbirth. There's not much to add about the actual game. So does that mean we're done with Isaac? No. Because not even a month after the ARG was complete, a new DLC was announced that mainly focused on modding support for the game. Great. Like I said, the main point of this update was to add modding support to the game. They're also planning to add a few more things: a bestiary, item pool, room, and animation editors to the game, making it a lot easier to mod. Later, it was revealed that the DLC will include new content, including items, bosses, and characters. The DLC was released on January 3rd, and the response was mixed to negative. People felt like most of the content added was just lazy, and the big point with the modding tools were filled with bugs and very limited. Many fans felt like this DLC was disappointing, and many fans stopped playing the game because of it. This wasn't all bad, because Edmund promised to add more content in the form of booster packs, which would contain popular mod creations into the game. The game created 5 different booster packs throughout 2017 and into 2018, with the last booster pack adding a character, which will be discussed later. So what really happened with the DLC? Well, many people thought that the DLC was rushed, and even though the booster packs were a fun addition, it still didn't change the main problem with the DLC. And you may be asking, why? Why was this DLC like this? Well, it turns out that around this point, Edmund was generally at his lowest points. And even though he did have a say on the DLC, it was mostly left up to Tyrone. And Tyrone is not the most liked person in the community. The negative response did put Edmund in an even worse way. But what did happen to Edmund? well, earlier in the video, I had discussed the lowest points of Edmund's life, basically being in a very poor state, and only living on a few $100s for months. While I do consider that era his physically lowest points, this is definitely his mentally lowest points. The biggest thing during this time was Edmund struggling with the question, can I still do this? A few things had happened during this time that seriously affected Edmund. One of them being Danielle becoming pregnant. Now, usually having a child should be considered one of the highest points of your life. And though I do think Edmund generally is a great father, considering what he dealt with as a child, having a child is a huge responsibility, and has affected his work, as Edmund considered himself a workaholic for many years. He knew that he had to take time away to mainly focus on his child. Thus, Edmund was still asking the question, can I still do this? In 2016, Danielle gave birth to their daughter Peach, which was generally the best thing that happened during this time period. Although, another point that happened during this area was on the business side, and this is what generally made Edmund almost quit game development altogether. Now this next part, I want to clarify that these are not confirmed to actually happen, but most of it is speculation. Although, please do not go harass any people during this part. So, what happened between Edmund and Tommy and the entirety of Team Meat? Around 2013, Edmund released a trailer for his next Team Meat game called Eugenics, and later a trailer for Cam Drone. Both of these games were considered Team Meat games, but after a few years, both games got cancelled. But why? It could be theorized that Edmund and Tommy fought and had bad blood with each other, which is not true because both Edmund and Tommy confirmed that no fights actually happened. However, a lot can change when talking about the development of Super Meat Boy Forever. Now, I know a few people might generally want me to talk about this game, but I'm not going to, since this is a video all about Edmund, and Edmund had no involvement in the final game. However, the original idea for this game was supposed to be an endless runner that was mainly for mobile devices. This game was something that Edmund didn't want to work on. Instead, he wanted to work on new titles like Eugenics and Cam Drone. Later, Edmund confirmed that both of these games were cancelled by someone who shared the IP. Again, no names came up, but it's most likely to be Tommy. Looking at previous interviews, Edmund clearly wanted to make these games, but it seems like other team members didn't. So the biggest thing separating these two is the thought of taking risk. Edmund really wanted to make a brand new IP with fully created ideas, while Tommy wanted to play it safe and continue to work on spin-offs for Super Meat Boy. This continuing back and forth finally came to an end when Edmund had enough and left Team Meat in 2017. This split was one of the biggest impacts of Edmund's career, and was probably the reason why this is one of Edmund's lowest points. It is sad to see because you can see from his tweets and interviews that Edmund still really cares about this series. And since he doesn't have any control over the series, means that he might see his creation basically becoming a cash grab, and he can't do anything about this. This is not the end of the story, because there were potentially some legal issues during the split up. Now we don't know what happened during this legal agreement, but I can say that it did have an impact on Edmund, as he cannot say or use anything about Meat Boy anymore. It's sad to see because Edmund really likes including references to his older games, but now he can't add anything Meat Boy related. There was something good about this, as Edmund now had the full rights to both eugenics and Camdrone.
Okay, we're going to load up one of my favorite games here. Here we have The End Is Nigh. It's a classic, old-school platforming game, and, it's one of my favorites. One of my favorite games. All right, you see here, you got your classic controls, you got your jumping, you got your going left and right, and, like always in these games, avoid the spikes. All right, so here we're going to go. We're going to get through stage 1. You climb up these platforms, jump right down here, land right in that area. There you go. Boom. Easy. Stage 1. Stage 1's easy. Stage 1, always easy. I make every stage look easy. Alright, we're get down this hill, and we're gonna... Wait, what? Oh, shit. Oh, no! No! No, 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 no! No! Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck! Oh, God, no, this can't be broke. Here, let me get the cartridge out. Okay. Oh, no! It's still not working! Oh, fuck! Fuck! What am I gonna do? Fuck!
The team each split up really disappointed Edmund, since he still wanted to work on a platformer game. And during this depression of Edmund's life, both the legal issue and his newborn child, Edmund started work on his next project. Around this time, Edmund and Tyler were working on a game called Ouroboros, which was meant to be a sequel to Timefuck. The story was mainly about the feeling Edmund had during this difficult time. On July 12th, 2017, The End Is Nigh was released. Created by Edmund, programmed by Tyler, and music by Ridiculon. You know, this was originally going to be another one of the whiteboard segments, where I stand in front of the whiteboard and basically talk about the game, but honestly, the more I do it, the more I have less to say about these games. So, what else can I say? I can try and talk about the mechanics again, which I don't know why, because the game is very similar mechanic-wise to Super Meat Boy. So I guess I'll talk about one thing that is really important in game design: the aesthetics. Now, when I say aesthetics, that does not mean art style or music. It's much more complicated. If mechanics are used to how the game should work and feel, the aesthetics are used for how a game should make you feel. So, what are the aesthetics of The End Is Nigh? Looking at the game, you can see that it is very dark. The colors are mostly dark and the background being mostly empty. It feels hopeless. Like we just lost everything. Every jump feels like a battle against despair. The further you go, the more destroyed the world gets. The music also describes this feeling, as most of the music are renditions of old symphonies. The music that feels familiar gets lost being used in a world that is crumbling away. The fact that the main character is named Ash, something that gets left behind after a fire, you collect what are known as tumors, clumps of cells that usually come from cancer. All of this symbolize death and destruction, the two biggest points about the game. This feeling of wanting to continue when the world around you is falling apart, thus making you ask the question, is all of this worth it? This game turned out to be Edmund's turning point, in that he can do this. While bad things do tend to happen, you can't let them hold you down. This game became what I consider to be Edmund's most important game. It may not be the best game I'll talk about, or the best sales-wise, but it was a game that Edmund needed to make. The release of The End is Nigh is exactly what Edmund needed, as it made Edmund realize that he enjoys making games, and is what he wants to do. Even with the hardship he had during this time period, he would learn to live past it, and learn how to be a good father to his daughter, while continuing to work on games. So this is going to be more of a shorter part of the video, because in 2017, Edmund had created a card game based on The Binding of Isaac. What happened is that a board game company called Studio 71 approached Edmund about an idea for a board game with The Binding of Isaac. Edmund initially turned down the idea because of current projects he was working on. Around a year later, Edmund got really sick with the flu, basically stuck on his couch. After a while of doing nothing, he finally got the idea of this game. From what I saw, Edmund generally had the most fun working on this card game. And I think personally that's because of two reasons. One, Edmund is a very big fan of tabletop games like D&D and especially Magic the Gathering. And second, this is nearly the only game that he and Danielle would work on together. Even though Danielle was always there to help with games like playtesting, she was never really too involved with the projects he was actually working on. And this was the first thing he and his whole family could do together. To get the funding for this game, Edmund set up a Kickstarter, and it became one of the most successful Kickstarters of all time. With a goal of only $50,000, the Kickstarter raised $2.6 million. During this Kickstarter, Edmund also did community goals, where he had his community compete in these goals to unlock more content in the game. Edmund had a lot of fun doing this card game, and around a year after, he created a small expansion called 4 Souls Plus, having a total of 90 cards. We'll be jumping ahead of this video because in 2021, Edmund had released another bigger expansion to go alongside the Binding of Isaac Repentance, which I will discuss in the next part. So normally I don't buy merch for this type of stuff since I don't have that much money on me, but I feel like this product was something that I actually have to get for this video. Because when making this video, I try to not spend too much money. Like in the last video where I had to get the EVs for a fun little joke, and that cost me over $200. So I was hoping that this video wouldn't cost me that much money, but this cost me just over $100, so great. So here we have the full card game, The Binding of Isaac 4 Souls, in the box right here. Now I have not seen what's in the box yet, so this is my first time trying to do some an opening type video, so I hope I don't do it bad. Here, I'm also doing this unscripted, so it might turn off pretty bad, but we'll see. This is a very nice looking box here. I actually really commend people who release their board games in very whole boxes and how they prepare it, because this happened when I was buying my sister Secret Hitler because she really likes board games and it was a board game she never heard of. And getting Secret Hitler, not only is it funny, just imagine her getting a game called Secret Hitler, but it's just a fun game here. And what I love about that is that it's so well produced and how well packed everything was in that box. It was just amazing. It's I really like the command of some of these board games, especially ones with huge Kickstarters like that. So I got the whole Ultimate Collector's Edition, which includes every single set, including the new Requiem, the bonus pack, which I don't know if I talked about Requiem since I'm recording this video way earlier than the other things. I haven't even written the part for Gish yet. That's how early everything is. So here we have this box. Pretty dang nice for everything here. It's a little sleeve on it too. How fancy. Alright, so it's always so cool to see this happen and stuff like that. So this is pretty much how the box looks like. It's very, very nice looking. You can take these little slots out too, for a better ease or better carryability, which is pretty nice. You also have these booster packs. I'm not going to open them up now, probably later. So this is pretty much all the cards in the game. I'll probably go back to you in a video once I actually play it with some people, just to tell you what I think about it. But here's the full unboxing. So fast forward about 6 months after recording that, and I have a lot to say about it. And after a while trying to find people to play it, I decided to do something a little smart and bring it to my college campus in some clubs and try to find people to play there. And that worked pretty well, as I got a group of 6 people to play the game with me. The game is pretty fun, especially with the right group of people, and it could get really crazy. I remember that someone was playing Maggie, and he was one of the biggest assholes on the table for healing up every single damage you do to a monster. You do 3 damage on turn 1 and he just heals it all. A few things I want to mention with the Kickstarter. While doing the Kickstarter, Edmund also had these community goals, again with this new 4 Souls expansion. Completing them would reward them to what's known as Warp Zone cards, which are cards that are from different media other than Isaac. And I will try and list all the media the Warp Zone has. Spelunky, Hollow Knight, Silly Spire, the game that's just 6 Vs, Dicey Dungeons, Gain Over It, Nuclear Throne, Casual Crashers and Newgrounds, Celest, Towerfall, Bamba is UK Story, Indoor Gungeon, Risk of Rain, Hotline Miami, Among Us, Friday Night Funkin', Don't Starve Blasphemous, Thus, Subnautica, Co-op, Darkest Dungeon, as well as old titles at the Lookup, Oddworld, Abe's Odyssey, and Toe Jam and Earl. These also include non-game characters, such as characters from the board game Kingdom Death, Monster, Internet Animation, and comics like Salad Fingers, Cyanide and Happiness, and Johnny the Homicidal Maniac, and films, Psycho Gorman, and my personal favorite, the hit movie Tommy Wiseau's The Room. Now those were all the Warp Zone cards, which do not involve any of Edmund's past works. And another thing he did, which is community alt art cards, which were cards that are designed by new artists in the community. Edmund got a bunch of people to work on these cards. I'm not going to name all of them, but there is a few I want to talk about, such as Tom Fulp, who drew Isaac like Pico, Northern Lion, and one drawn by a character whose name I will not address, who had their alt art card pulled from the set due to recent controversy. Oh, and also this card by Ricky Berwick, which is easily the funniest one out of all of them. Lastly, to end off this section, I have this Edmund pack that I got with the box, and since it's a video all about Edmund, I guess I should just open it. And after watching it, you should get all the references in this pack. Why do they have to make them so hard to open? There's a split on it. Dang it. Alright, for cards we got Clubby, Gish, Stacy, Serious P-Shy, Coil, Light Switch, Police Lineup, Ball of Tar, Club, Unstable DNA, A Friend, Blastminer TNT, The Monster, and Tumor Balls. Also, sorry, I didn't show Wetland. There he is. Before we end this segment, I just want to mention that there is also a second board game that Edmund created called Tapeworm, which is said to be a more easy to understand game, meant for all ages. I never bought or seen anyone play the game, so I don't have anything else to talk about. Alright, back to Isaac. Even though I was just talking about Isaac. By the time Afterbirth Plus came out, a small team of 4 people were working on a new modded expansion to the Binding of Isaac. The team includes Leather Ice Cream as the designer and trailer creator, Not Your Sagittarius, the lead artist, Mudeth, the composer, and leader of the group Keelburn, whose real name is Vin, which I will call him for the rest of the video. The group called themselves the Public Entertainment Network Interactive Software. Great name, I think Lil Chubby would like it. On December 20th, 2016, the team released the full mod for the Binding of Isaac Rebirth, called Anti-Birth. This mod contained a whole new chapter to the entire game, with new characters, new bosses, new items, and even a new ending. Anti-Birth was a great success, and a lot of people preferred it over Afterbirth Plus. The mod also attracted the attention of Edmund, who after looking at the mod, came to a realization that these fans know the game more than him. Edmund contacted Vin. Being impressed with the mod he created, Edmund wanted to work with him. Vin agreed to work alongside Edmund, and the first thing that Vin did was design a whole new character in the final booster pack for Aether Plus. This character is known as the Forgotten, and it's the first character to be melee. After the booster pack was finished, Edmund then asked Vin to port the entirety of Anti-Birth into Aether Plus with a new expansion called Repentance. After a while, this mod not only added most of Anti-Birth, but much, much more. That made the expansion bigger than all other expansions combined. During the years after the release of Fingered, Edmund and James wanted to create another game that was bigger, but shouldn't take too long to develop. The idea was about this hobo game where you match trash together to attack other hobos or spend it on booze. Just classic hobo stuff. This was planned to take half a year to create. This was going to be a match puzzle game, and after a joke from a friend of Edmund who said to slap the Isaac IP on it so that it can sell more, this joke went from being laughed at to actually happening with this next game. When trying to figure out how to tie Isaac into this game, Edmund looked at one of his favorite things in the games, the beggars, and each item associating with them, especially the item called Bumbo. When trying to stylize the game, Edmund thought of using cardboard cutouts to match the characters, being the same thing both Edmund and James used as kids.
Bumbo live in a box behind house on hill. Bumbo have trash, Bumbo have coin, life good. Bumbo happy. That till Bumbo hear voice from above. That nice coin you have there, Bumbo. That not you coin, Bumbo yell. Go away from it. Suddenly bad guy come and take coin. Then vanish down hole. Bumbo think fast, grab trash, jump down hole after coin. Monster try and stop Bumbo, but Bumbo smart. Bumbo use trash and fist to fight them. Nothing stop Bumbo. Bumbo what? Coin.
On November 12, 2019, The Legend of Bumbo was released. Created by Edmund, programmed by James Id, and music by Ridiculon. The game is a puzzle roguelike similar to Bejeweled. This game is said to be a full prequel to The Binding of Isaac. If there is one thing to really praise this game, it has to be the aesthetics. And while I do stand that the aesthetics in The End is Night is better, this is still one of the best examples of aesthetics in game. So how does this game fit with The Binding of Isaac, besides the obvious references to the actual game? Well, it has to do with the lore of Isaac. So the lore of the original comes down to it all being in Isaac's imagination. Isaac's mother was very strict and enforcing religion. He had a terrible view of religion, which led to him crawl into his toy chest where he suffocates and dies. The story of The Legend of Bumbo takes place before the story of Isaac. The game leads more into the story of Isaac's parents split, playing with the same toys that Isaac and his father created. Edmund confirmed a long time ago that Isaac's father was the narrator of Isaac. And a little bit of a fun fact, this narrator is Matthias Bossi, same as the composer of Isaac.
So Bumbo lived in a box behind a hill. Bumbo had his trash and
His wife plays the mother in Isaac.
Who were you talking to? Where did you get that stuff? I thought I threw it out.
Their firstborn daughter voiced the grunts in Isaac for Rebirth. And their youngest son voiced Isaac. What a happy family for a game about childhood trauma. Anyways, Bumbo explores more about the parents' divorce and explains more about Isaac's father. The game that we play in Bumbo was the game that Isaac played with his father, which is why everything in the game used cardboard cutouts. This game went through a big development history. The biggest change was the removal of exploration, which was removed for being repetitive and boring. The game has a very linear approach than other roguelike games. Each chapter has 3 monster rooms, 2 treasure rooms, and a boss at the end. After the end of the chapter, the player can spend their money at the shop to upgrades of their spells or their abilities. There are 4 chapters in the game, and after finishing the last chapter, you win. The Legend of Bumbo is a very interesting take on the genre. So how well did it do? Not well. At first, the game seemed to have a load of bugs that made the game not very fun to play. It also didn't help that this game was being developed during the Depression era, and Ed was still working and finishing up The End Is Nigh. While the game still needed more work, later patches and eventual DLC came out, making the game much more better. I do consider these DLC not as important than the Isaac ones, which is why I'm not going to talk about them each individually.
And with coin in hand, Bumbo make his kingdom. A big wide world filled with adventure for Bumbo. All kinds of big fat monsters to smash, and even small ones to bash. And this world of Bumbos will grow and grow, and always be there for you as a way to escape from the real world. There is no end to your imagination, no limit to what you can create. When things get difficult, you can go there. When you feel weak, you can escape into this world we created and become powerful. Always remember this, Isaac. Your imagination knows no bounds, and I'll always be here waiting for you in our next adventure together.
After the disappointing release of Bumbo, Edmund fully focused on the final DLC for Isaac. And with the help from everyone in the Isaac community and their developers actually understand the game, Edmund had to make this DLC the best there is. The development of Repentance is one of Edmund's longest development cycles, taking 3 years with 2 delays, and a team that was mostly just 3 people, the same team for Anti-Birth. Another thing was that the number 34 kept popping up. What does this mean? No, it's not that. Could it be the number of certain items, endings, characters? Well, it's very uncertain, as Anti-Birth had 2 new characters, Bethany and Jacob and Esau. There was this other character that was cut in Anti-Birth called Edith, and many people speculated that this character will be fully finished.
Isaac, it's time to get up.
Repentance was finally released on March 31st, 2021, being the biggest DLC. Repentance added so much to the game, adding nearly everything that was in Anti-Birth and much more. The only question was, what was the number 34 hinting at? Well, it turns out it was the number of characters, as Repentance added 19 new playable characters, making the grand total of 34 characters. It turns out that some of the ideas that Edmund was planning to do for an Isaac sequel, the biggest one being adding new alternate characters for every single character. Edmund coined these characters as tainted characters. Each one makes the gameplay in very different ways, like Tainted Isaac being able to only carry 8 items, to Tainted Cain being only able to craft items with this new item called the Bag of Crafting. The DLC was beloved by many Isaac fans, but it was not over, as there were more secrets hidden that were planning to be added, mostly by Vin, such as a hidden mechanic of people being able to control monsters with a second controller. If you press the start or pause button while holding down both shoulder buttons, the other player can start to control the monsters, making it a fun PvP experience. There was also a hidden mechanic that was to add online multiplayer into the game. This was only in the files and was mainly there for testing. This was eventually added into Isaac in the free update called Repentance Plus in late 2024. Repentance was the best release that Edmund had for a while, as most people regard it as the best update in Isaac. with millions of new videos and mostly infinitely new runs to play. The Binding of Isaac, along with all of its DLCs, is regarded as being one of the best indie games of all time.
Hello everybody and welcome to a long-awaited Let's Play. This is a Let's Play of The Binding of Isaac.
Oh shit, Wrath of the Lamb's out. This is going to be my first run. Well, hey there everybody. Longtime viewers, I'm sure this is a day that you thought maybe would never come, and welcome to new viewers as well. This is episode 1 of Northern Lion Plays The Binding of Isaac Rebirth. Hey everybody, welcome to Northern Lion Plays The Binding of Isaac Afterbirth, episode 1, the long-awaited DLC expansion, mega, more content patch for The Binding of Isaac Rebirth. Hey everybody, welcome to Northern Lion Plays Afterbirth. Plus, you might notice this splash screen looks very slightly different. The Binding of Isaac Afterbirth Plus. Don't get it twisted. This ain't The Binding of Isaac Afterbirth Minus. Hey everybody, welcome to Northern Lion Plays The Legend of Bumbo. The nomenclature is very contentious. Is it Bumbo, B-U-M-B-O, or is it Bum-B-O? Hey everybody, welcome back. Northern Lion Plays The Binding of Isaac, not Afterbirth Plus. That muscle memory, after almost 2,000 episodes, kind of hard to break. This is Repentance. It came out at midnight. I was asleep in my bed having wonderful dreams. I woke up early. It's only about 7:30 over here, and let's get down to business. You know, it's like I opened up Steam the first thing when I woke up. I looked at Repentance. I saw overwhelmingly positive reviews, and I'm excited to give it a try.
Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier, and welcome to The Binding of Isaac Rebirth, a game that a lot of people have been asking me to play for a long time. I've been fervently ignoring them because I don't know why.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Hudson. We're playing The Binding of Isaac Rebirth. So, today has finally come. Rebirth is fraud. It just came out 2 days.
So, this is currently all of what Edmund had released until this point. We talked about some of the highest and lowest points of Edmund's career. Currently, at this point, Edmund's full focus is finishing Eugenics with Tyler, which plans to be released later in 2025. Hopefully before this video comes out, as I won't really have time to cover it if it does. As of now, Edmund is living a very happy life with his family, as he and Danielle had a second daughter. As for what Edmund's plans are after Eugenics, it's kinda hard to say. Edmund did state that he probably wants to work on Camdrone and maybe finish that. As for what I think, Edmund will probably make smaller titles similar to like Fingered for the next few years. He did talk about an Isaac sequel, but that will definitely be revisited in 5 or more years, so don't get too hyped for that. Edmund's work really left a mark for most people, and with me being into game design, Edmund has been one of the most influential person. And with the huge amount of artist friends he has, I mean, just look at the tester page for The End is Nigh. Maybe you might recognize a few of these guys. I mean, of course there's names we talked about like Tyrone, James Florian, and Danielle. And even some other developers that are also in this video like Derek and John Blow. But there are other creators on here. For example, George Fan, the creator of Plants vs. Zombies. Jonan Vesquin, he is a comic creator, also the creator of Invader Zim. There's also Maddie Thorson, who is the creator of Towerful and Celeste. This game was released before she fully transitioned, so her birth name was used here. Matt Cap was another developer at Nicalis and creator of the game Castle in the Darkness, and also helped with art in the game. Adam Conover, who is an actor and writer for many TV shows and movies, such as BoJack Horseman, and a writer for many skits on the YouTube channel College Humor, which I just found out is now called Dropout. Sven Runther is a pixel artist with a lot of work on many games. Though the only two people on this list I don't know were Royce, who did playtest some of Edmund's other games, and Dink. I have no idea who they are. Edmund made a huge impact in the indie game community, and even with all the struggles he went through, and even though there are bigger indie creators like Toby Fox and Scott Cawthon, I wanted to do this video specifically on Edmund, as he is my favorite indie developer. And so we wait for new and fun titles. But wait, this video isn't over, because I still want to add my own opinions to his work. But maybe I should use something that's easier to understand. How about I show it off with a tier list, because you can't have a video without opinions for people to hate. So this part I'm going to be mostly off script because this is my personal opinion. So if I sound off or mumble a lot more, that's the reason why. So the tiers are the absolute best games, S, A, B, C, F, and did not play. So the do not play are for games that I really can't rank because I did not even play them, so it's unfair to rank them. And these games are Host, Blast Miner, and Tapeworm. So let's start with our first thing, which are the comics. Now this is said thicker than water, but I'm gonna rank every single comic. So the comics are just okay. I'm not the huge comic fan, but I can see how some people can actually like these. They are pretty edgy and a little bit dirty sometimes and somewhat offensive. But it was over like 20 years ago, so you really can't fault him for that. So I'll put the comics right in the middle in C tier. Next up is all the Dead Baby games, which are the Dead Baby dress-up games, and I don't have much to say. Like, they're just, I really consider them games, they're just there. And they do have a big history with Edmund, so I really can't rank them as like bad, so I'll just put rank C tier again. And we have Edmund's first official game, Curious Wetland. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it, it's just fine. C tier it is. So this next game might be a little confusing because I didn't talk about it. And the reason why I didn't talk about this game is because it's absolutely horrible. It's so bad that none of his other sources even mention this game, which is so easily the S tier game. And I am not saying the name because it's too bad I don't even want to force you guys to find this game. It's not that hard to find though. Alright, the first big game we have is Gish. Gish is definitely interesting. You know, it's not a platform I really saw most of the time. It's pretty unique. And since it is one of the Edmund's first special games, I will say that this game is pretty dated. There's definitely a lot of bugs in the game that is mixed just don't really work. And also you can't use the controller on it, which sucks. So since it has such a big impact on Edmund, I'll put it in a generous B tier. Next up, we got the classic Clubby. Everyone loves Clubby. You know, it's one of the fun games in the Badlands trilogy, and you know, it's pretty difficult, but you can just grind endlessly on enemies and just get so many lives that you just can't die. But there's not really much to say about it. So I do think it is one of the better early Flash games for the Edmonds. So I'll just stick that in B tier as well. And Curious Wetland 2 is going right next to the first one because I definitely do not have anything to add about that. Alright, next up we have Viviparous. I did not like this game. The mouse controls were way too funky, way too finicky. I feel like the slightest movement, it just moves sporadically everywhere. I did not like this game. I'm putting it all the way down here. Ooh, interesting. We got Triachnid. Edmund's first major story-based game. And I think it's good. I do like it. Definitely like a emotional story. And like all the Edmund games, I think this one is probably his most like heavily story-based games. But the game itself is fine. There's no big problems with it. So, did Jerison slap in A tier? Oh boy. Damn serious B-Shy. I did not like this game. This game sucks. You know, when I was playing this game, it's way too hard. And call it skill issue, but I could not even beat the first level because it's so dang long and there's like no checkpoints at all. Even with the cheat, nothing really comes of it. I straight up do not like this game. It's going all the way down in F tier. Alright. We got Coil. You know, Coil is just a minigame collection with a story that's hard to understand. It's nothing bad, so B tier. Okay, we got Edmund's first, like, basically game jam event, like, type thing. We got Twin Hobo Rocket, a game that probably no one remembers. It's funny, I guess. So, it's nothing special, like, it took, like, a week to do, and it's nothing really new. Is it funny? Sure, but that's all I can say. C tier. Hey, next up is alright, we're going to probably Edmund's most, like, heavily, like, story game that he always cares about. We got Aether. You know, it's a very touching story, and since it has so much to do with, like, Edmund's past and, like, stuff, it's pretty emotional. You know, especially when, like, Edmund really talks about this game. So, it's fine. Like, there's nothing really too special, but I feel like that's the point. So, just like how Aether starts with A tier, it's going straight into A. Next up, motherfucking Blood Card 2000. This game is too good it should even be on the list. Okay, next up is the original Meat Boy. This is controversial. I was not a fan of the original Meat Boy. Okay, the controls are not great at all. Like playing Super Meat Boy made me realize the controls in that game were so much better that when I do Meat Boy, it just feels so worse. And it's just not very fun to play on like Super Meat Boy. So it's down here in C tier. Okay, next up, Gray Matter. This game, if the controls were a lot better, it would have been higher. But the controls makes it so bad. It has to be an F tier because I just hate the controls in this game so much. Like, doing a keyboard just does not work at all. Next up is Light Switch Game. I don't have time. And Spewer. A game that Edmund really doesn't have much to say, but I think this is one of his greatest Flash games. And it has like such a good like puzzle platformer, so unique, so fun. It's the first game that is gonna go all the way into S tier. Alright, next up is Time Pluck, which in my opinion is Edmund's best Flash game on Newgrounds. It's a really good platformer, more of a puzzle platformer, but I like it the most out of every single one of his actual platformer games or Flash games. It's not his best platformer, but it is such like a fun like Flash puzzle platformer here. And that's why it's going into S tier. Now this next one I shouldn't really be making because Edmund isn't like the creator of it, but I feel like I should rank the indie game, the movie. It's a good movie. There's really good editing and stuff in it. And it talks a lot about like Edmund and like, not even Edmund, but the other people involved, like John Blow and the other guy. But this is a good movie, so I'll put it into S tier. Now, I said Meat Boy was all the way down here in C tier, but yeah, Super Meat Boy is in one of the best tiers. It's an amazing platformer. It's one of the like debut 2010s indie games. It deserves its recognition. It's a good game. It's hard, but it is really, really good. Alright. Next up is Flash Isaac, which is like, why would you play this? I only like played it for like 5 minutes. It's like, why would you play this when Rebirth is much more superior? Because why would you ever want to play Flash Isaac? You talk more about Isaac. It's the roguelike. It's the most played game on my whole Steam library. I have over 1,000 hours in it. It's so replayable. It's one of the best roguelikes. It's one of the most replayable roguelikes. There's so much in it. There's mod support, which is very heavy. There's just so much to say about Isaac that it has to be on the best tier. Like, there's no around Isaac. Next up is... why do I even have this? This game is like 2 minutes. Why? Alright, next up we have the finger pointing fingered game. You know, it's an interesting puzzle game. You know, it's not really like too bad. You know, it could be a little bit offensive. You know, some people like on how like ugly they all look, but like it's fine. I'll put it in A tier because it's a little bit fun of a puzzle game. And we have The End Is Nigh. My take, The End Is Nigh is better than Meat Boy. Super Meat Boy, that is. It's definitely better than Flash Meat Boy. It's one of the most well-controlled platformers. It has really good music. It's extremely hard. Like, if you want to 100% any game on this list, don't 100% End Is Nigh. Do not do that. But yeah, The End Is Nigh, great game. Definitely in the best tier. Next up is the board game, Four Souls. It's a fun board game, but you definitely like need like the right group of people to actually play this. And it can be challenging sometimes since you need people. There is a solitaire mode, but I've never tried it. I don't know how good it is, but yeah, I like it. It's not the best, but I'll put it into S tier. And lastly, we got the final game so far, The Legend of Bumbo. The Legend of Bumbo it's unique. It's a unique roguelike. I've not seen it before, but I mean, I liked it, but it's like, it's not a game that's so replayable that I can play it on thousands of hours on. It's fine. There's nothing really too amazing about it. So it's probably his official release is going into, I'm going to A tier because it's fine. It's not his best game at all. It's just fine. So here it is, my full tier list of Edmund's works. Again, not really I have too much to say about it, but this is my general opinion on every single game. And comic or anything else other than that. You know, at the end of most of these videos, I usually have like an ending part where I basically just talk about random stuff about making this video. But really, I don't have much to add here. Since mainly I didn't really have to program anything like the last video, and trying to estimate like the time between this and the last video, the like scripts were like almost tripled, so I guess this video would probably take around 3 to 4 hours to do, which is pretty accurate. And trust me, I could have made this video a lot longer, but I feel like this is a good ending point to all this. I wanted to make like a certain documentary about one of the biggest indie developers, and I picked Edmund because he had a lot more history than any other developer. And his games, I feel like, are much more interesting to talk about. I don't know if there will be a part 2 to this video, maybe after Eugenics comes out. And the last thing I want to say, Edmund, thank you for being an amazing artist and game developer.
Jesus loves you, can't you see? He loves you and he loves me. Jesus loves you, can't you see? He loves you and he loves me. Jesus loves you, can't you see? He loves you and he loves me. Jesus loves